Yo, what is going on, everyone? Another day, another you, another me. We're back. I gotta be completely honest with you guys. I am a shell of myself today. I slept for 2 seconds. I've been awake for 2 seconds. No, I'm just kidding. It's been a very, very, very busy day already. We got ourselves a very fun series to kick off the day for you guys. We got Mr. Husk, Super, and also Kavoth. Playing Kavoth is going for the 3-peat today. It looks like I'm going to be following his games, which is exciting. We do also have Motiba. He is going to be doing his own shenanigans. Over on the Motiba stream. So shout out to him and all that he's going to be doing. We got basically, wait, is this 6 games? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got 5 games or maybe even more. I don't know. Today. And we'll see how it's all going to go. I'm just waiting to get that's them. And we're going to jump over now and check out the draft. Yeah, actually, before the beauty's coming back. We're working on it. Not bad. We're going to check out the bracket just to see what happened last day, yesterday. So let's jump over to the bracket and see what we're going to see. Well, a pretty spicy day yesterday. A pretty spicy day. You can see like Mosca did take out Soup. It was close. Recon dominated Mini Yeti. Kavoth took out Grass. It was close. Mosca dominated Rapple, dominated Magic. Mini Yeti did manage to upset Kavoth, which is wild. And Grass did dominate the Rapple, which was another bit of a surprise there. We did see that Kavoth took out Magic 2-0. I missed those games. Definitely want to be having a little watch of those if I can. And then Recon and Soup had a really, really close series. Really, really close. Let's jump over to the draft and see what we're going to be seeing today. Off we go. Alrighty. So we've got Kavoth, we've got Soup, we got some bans, we got some gods being picked. Loki banned from Kavoth, as Soup is very, very good with that one. We do see Soup banning out the Witzler. I think this is just a stock standard ban. I think people, partly I think that they just don't want to deal with it. But I also think that it's quite strong. So there's the the strength of that Huitzilopochtli rush. There's the strength of that Huitzilopochtli rush, right? That's number one. Then there's also all the power that comes after that and the other alternative strategies that Huitzilopochtli can go for, of which, to be honest, I don't think have been very well thought out, very well explored. A lot of people just sort of get stuck on the broken thing and forget that there's other ways to play the god. But yeah, Huitzilopochtli is out of here. Loki is out of here. Kavoth takes the Quetzalcoatl. And then Soup very gladly takes the Cronus and Odin. Another series that Soup has been highly valuing that Odin there. Kavoth then grabs Gaia Shenong. Not really surprised to see Kavoth valuing the Gaia now. It is a strong god in the current meta, in the current sort of climate. But it's also just one of Kavoth's like good gods, and he's always going to be quite good with the Atlanteans. He's actually spread his god pool out quite a lot in this one. Actually, both players have. As Soup grabs Fushi and Set at the end there, and Kavoth takes himself Susanol to finish up the draft. What a wild draft from Kavoth. He's got an Aztec, he's got a Atlantean, he's got a Chinese, and he's got a Japanese. Same too on the side of Soup. He's got an Atlantean, he's got a Norse, he's got a Chinese, and there's an Egyptian in there as well. I was having this thought today as I was sort of in the car. I had a long drive to work today. I had 2 hours in the car before I got back to come and enjoy my my evening Age Mythology game. Was hanging out with you guys. I was having this thought. I was like, wow, I think this might be one of the most either this is one of the most balanced patches we've ever had, or this is one of the most confusing and most unknown balance states we've ever been in for Age Mythology Retold, because we're just seeing so many different gods, so many different, just everything. So that's my current thought at the moment. And of course, the longer this tournament goes on, the longer we spend on this patch, the more things kind of start to get figured out. People start getting stuck in their own ways, and they stop experimenting, and they just try and perfect what they think is really good. So that's probably still to come here. We're going to be jumping into game number one. We've got Kavoth, we've got Soup, we've got two of the best. I mean, there's just two of the best just in general. We've got 8 of the best for the tournament. But let's jump into game number one, onto the map Marsh, and see how it's going to go. Off we go into the top right-hand corner of the map, spawning in at 256 pounds of pure brain. It is Kavoth. He's going to be playing as Susanol. His opponent today has got slightly more brain capacity than Kavoth. We call him the biggest brain in Age Mythology for a reason, because he's got some very clean builds, and he's got some very clean strategy. But there's always some other problems that tend to plague our main man at the bottom of the map. We have Soup here playing as Odin. I'm excited to see what he's going to be coming up with. He does have Odin versus Susanol. He's probably going to be looking for somewhat of a rush here. That's generally what he likes to do. However, that's not what we're seeing. We're actually going to be seeing Soup going for his early Hersa shenanigans. Take a quick look at what he scouted. Not a lot. Not a lot at all. He gets the temple down really fast. He gets his villagers coming out. He literally hasn't scouted anything, but he does get the early ravens out. That's going to give him a lot of information around the map. He's going to be scouting off to the left, scouting off to the right. He's got his Hersa also to scout, but he's missed all of the relics over on this side for the time being. The Kopesh of Horus is here with the +1x the plus 1x myth units for the heroes over here. That's actually really important for this matchup. We got the Pelt of Argus as well, plus 6 line of sight. Onto the bottom side, there's the Text of Imhotep, which is building time minus 10%. Up onto this side, there's Ulla's bow with an extra 1 range. That's always going to be nice. 9 cauldrons as well there. And finally, up onto the top, there is the Dwarven Horseshoes. Some absolutely amazing relics here in this game as the Hersa comes up to this top side searching for relics. The relics spawn effectively in a circle, somewhere in a circle around the map. So if you consider the top of the map here, and it's basically just a ring around this map here on the outsides, and Soup has indeed missed 2 relics onto this side. He has spotted these ones over here, so he's going to try and swing around the outside and get there, but he might be in for a little bit of a race here for Kavoth to get over onto that side. Kavoth actually had to delete his mining camp. I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but he is off to the races here. The 4.8 speed, Hersa and the Miko with the advantage. He's got the head start. He's off, but he still has to get himself the Sacred Custodians. Dwarven Horseshoes is going to come over and start smacking the Hersa. He's not going to be able to grab that one. Dwarven Horseshoes is in the back pocket of Soup. Soup also grabs this one, the 9 cauldrons, getting the Huskal there as well. It's going to be nice. Not the most helpful of relics for the Japanese. In fact, does it even do anything for the Japanese? Can't tell you. I think it does. I think it does. There's also this relic on the bottom there, Ulla's bow, but it looks like Kavoth has not spotted it. Kavoth has not spotted it. Nonetheless, we've got Heimdall coming through for Soup, and we've got Mina Katatomi coming in for Kavoth. Not really surprised to see any of this. We've already got the Kitsune coming through for Kavoth, as well as he's going to be looking to get little bits of harassment in. Just going to go for some counter-attacking to some degree as the Hersa will come through and actually just try and deny a little bit of the old favor gathering here. You don't want to take any real damage from the Hersa. Yes, you can heal it off, but you're giving favor over, and I don't believe the Miko can actually get Bushido, though I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. Nonetheless, 4 Kitsune out for Kavoth. He's now in the second age. He's going to be dropping himself the Shrine of the Hunt over here onto his gold mine. He does decide to come up onto the berry bushes over here as well, as Hunt is going to get smacked down over here. You do get a little bit of favor for it, so it is worth it if your opponent's going to be turtling up to make some sort of, get some sort of value out of your army. As we do have over here that Kavoth is just going to take the time to just knock down the house. Already we see Safeguard coming through for Soup as well. As the goat's getting grabbed over onto this side. And let's see what Kavoth is going to be able to find. Of course, Soup is happily going to keep building Hersa for the time being. But he's also going to go for a town center in the center of the map. Over here, we've got a stable. We've got a guardhouse. No samurai to come out immediately from Kavoth. Probably shows maybe a little bit of a lack of knowledge to some degree with what Soup goes for. You know that Soup is going for Hersa early on. I feel like going samurai immediately here, just to ensure that you can deny a town center, would be very, very key. But that being said, maybe you're fine playing for that town center anyways, playing for the fact that you can just go and go for some sort of an all-in as the Kitsune hitting 2 separate positions. This dwarf doesn't go down. It does get sniped there. Nice play from Kavoth as he's getting even more nibbles in it. Each one of these nibbles is going to be more Bushido. I think, I could be wrong on this, but unlike the Amaterasu and Tsukiyomi Japanese gods, the Susanoo myth units do actually contribute to the Bushido beyond just the passive Bushido they're getting. I think they do damage and they contribute. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. Not sure. Nonetheless, up onto this side, we've got the Great Hall coming in. We've got the Longhouse coming through for Soup. Ulla's legendary bow does come through as well there. And Soup at the end of this, he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 relics. There's one more on the map, the Kopesh of Horus. He can't actually stick that into the temple. He needs another temple to actually house that relic. Of course, he could do it. He could drop the temple. It's a little bit cheaper because he's got safeguard, little known fact. But still. Now the Rigstula is coming in, and Kavoth is on the warpath. He is looking for the raids. We do have the Kusanagi coming through, which will send those villagers flying. Does Kavoth have the control here? It looks like he doesn't. He doesn't pick off a villager. They all get back to safety. And one Naginata rider going down. And Soup, very, very nice defense. Actually, did he lose? I think he might have lost it. Nope, it's there. 3 HP in a dream. 3 HP in a dream. Meanwhile, units starting to come through. But the one thing that Kavoth can do, and he probably should do this, is he should probably have, as soon as you see this town center up, which the fact of the matter is, Kavoth does see this. As soon as you see that town center up, it's time to build extra Miko. Because all you need is going to be the Yumi Archer Ball and one Yudo to kind of break, and maybe some frontline Kitsune or something, to break that position and start forcing fights and causing problems. Over onto this side, the Miko will come through. We'll drop the shrine over here on the gold mine and oak tree. Walls starting to come up all across the map as Soup says, you know what? I've got safeguard. It's a little bit cheaper for me to do this. I'm also North, so I don't have to invest in the risk of putting villagers here, which is nice. But mostly, he just wants to ensure that he doesn't get raided into the ground by these Naginata riders. Nonetheless, more units coming in. 2-1 Yudo are out as the Inery does blow that horn of make my units move fast. That's not what it's called. Does it have an actual name? The Yellow Horn? Horn Blast. That doesn't help me at all. Nonetheless, units coming in. A lot of Bushi are in to take out the Inery, and they will be able to do so. And Soup does get caught out a little bit. Takes a lot of damage. Over onto this side, trying to take out the Herso and all the other good stuff, as there comes Condemned Soul, as well as another one Yudo. As soon as that second tier of Bushido comes in, it is time for more pain as... Wow. Kavoth says main base. Rather than coming up here and trying to take out that town center with not really much around it, he says main base is the base. Watchtower's going down over here from the one Yudo. You got to be careful, though, because the Herso can come in. One villager going down as Soup trying to bail away from this spot, trying to keep his villagers alive, trying to keep his economy intact. We do see a lot of throwing axemen coming in, but at the moment there's not a single infantry unit for Kavoth at the moment. So Soup with these throwing axemen is just a matter of he's got too much wood in the bank. He needs to re-macro, go everyone onto food, start thinking about raiding cavalry, start thinking about Hersa, maybe berserks. But we'll see if he's going to be able to survive. One of the hardest things about playing Norse is basically playing defense. Like if you play Egyptian or you play Atlantean or you play China, defense is nice and easy. There's no problems. But different story with the Norse. Very, very tricky. Very, very challenging. We'll see if he's going to be able to make it happen. Soup's going to lose his temple with all those relics as well, though the Bushi do get pulled away. If he comes in and takes those, that would be nice, but he does get caught out a little bit as the Hersa charging through, but the units are in. Going to get a little bit of damage done as the one Yudo do stay alive. Like, Kusanagi comes down in the middle of nowhere. That has to have been a misclick from Kavoth. I can't call it anything else. The one Yudo coming through, they're going to go after the town center. 3-1 Yudo and a dream. The one Yudo is tanking as well. It's got 65% pierce armor at 300 HP, so not a small amount in the slightest there. Villagers up onto the top do get spotted as the Naginata riders have to pull away after the units do go berserk a little bit. Up onto this side, Naginata riders trying to prevent those Hersa to come through. Hersa coming in onto the back, taking out the one Yudo there. Great defense thus far from Soup. One more one Yudo is in. The town center will be falling, but there's so much more military advantage for Kavoth at the moment. Now Kavoth is going to be hunting. He knows that there's something going on up here. He knows there's probably villagers on the gold mine. That's got to be what he's thinking. And he checks up to the top, looking over here for the first part, just to make sure. And then over here, and he will be spotting 10 villagers. Every one of those villagers falls, and then equal villager count here for Kavoth. This is really, really huge. And he will see all of them just getting converted into berserks. I like that decision from Soup. Better than just losing them for free and giving all that Bushido in. But yeah, those were all dead anyways. So now he gets a little bit of a help back here. A bit of damage to come through from the Yumi Archer. I'm surprised he charges over here. Needs to pull away. Needs to get his guys back into his base and be nice and safe. He doesn't have the Hamask technology in just yet. That's not through. The villager's actually going to come over and say, let me in. I'm going to shank. Why not? Why not get some extra damage in here before we go back onto the gold? Trying to get as many kills as he possibly can, as the Urso will claim all their relics back. They're all coming back in. He did lose his temple, but he got all his relics back. You do have to remember, it is a cheaper temple, only 75 gold, because he has Safeguard. So the Berserk's getting little bits of value here while this is all going on, but they will be able to get out. There's this shrine coming up. Looks like it's going to be up in time. I don't think it will. 4, 3, 2... Dead Miko. That's got to feel good for Soup. He's still getting value out of those once villagers. As the raiding cavalry coming around onto this side, villagers have started to enjoy the Aurochs here. And Soup says, I had a town center here once before. What if I just get another town center? The problem for Kavoth is a problem of favor stipends and not really having much there. As the Miko onto this side does get spotted. Does Soup notice this? He's not Soup, Kavoth. He does notice this. Does Kavoth see the town center? He does see the town center there. Oof, that's gotta hurt. A little bit of lack of awareness from Kavoth allows Soup to get back into the position he wants to be in, which is controlling that middle position and playing the game from there. As the Naginata Riders to come through, we do have those wolves from the Shrine of the Hunt to cause a little bit of problems with the snaring. So they go down to 5.4 speed for just a little bit, but they'll get out of there, no problems. And the game will continue. Towers also from Soup now starting to come up. They were buffed to some degree, but because Kavoth has done so much damage, he's feeling like it's okay for him to get to the heroic age. He's going to be getting himself up to tier 3 Bushido for heavy as well. He just needs a little bit more houses. He could also consider his own town center here as well if he wanted to, as the Naginata Riders still chasing off those 6.3 speed raiding cavalry. These are only fast because of this relic, right? He doesn't have Freya. So he's got the Dwarven Horseshoes, 6.3 instead of 6.6 with that Thundering Hooves, but still very, very nice. There's a random shrine into the middle of the map here. 0.13. He's hitting the Water Buffalo. He's hitting the Gold Mine. He's hitting the Cherry Tree. This one tower behind a wall will be getting some value here slowly. But there's too many units here for one tower to be enough. Another tower coming up behind this position as Kavoth will just say, no towers for you, good sir. We take these out. We break through this position. Heavy comes through. There's 90 favor in the bank. What do you do with that if you're Kavoth? Do you go into Raiju? Do you go into more One Udol? The One Udol coming in to clean up that town center yet again. Throwing Axeman going to try and pop through here and help out, but Naginata Rider beat Throwing Axeman way harder in this patch than in the last patch, as we do have that Kusanagi getting dropped down just after the town center falls, so no garrison micro can happen. And it's looking like Kavoth is slowly pulling away in this game, and after Soup loses the town center for the second time, he does decide to tap out a little bit too far behind. He does have the villager lead here after all is said and done, but just takes that little bit too much damage in this game. Maybe if he went and said, oh, you know what, let's not put this town center back up. Let's just enjoy one town center Riggs Thula and maybe a kind of close game, it would have been okay. But I also think the town center was a little bit crazy to grab to some degree without any sort of defensive maneuvers to get his villagers back. If he did manage to sneak his villagers off to the corner and have them alive and stay here and be, this was great hunted. Hello? If he was over here and he didn't get spotted and he was still at 60 villagers to 50, like if you take a look at the timeline, you look at the civilian unit count, if he was here and he didn't lose those 10 villagers after he lost the town center, I actually think Soup would have been okay. But having lost those villagers, he kind of felt like he had to do something greedy to make it all work. But a well-played game from Kavoth to start the series off. It's a best of 3. All of these round robins are best of 3s. Let's jump back over to the drafting menu and see what we're going to see for game number 2. Alrighty. So, it's going to be on the map Elysium. And we're going to see a Chinese mirror. I am a little shook on that. I don't believe that Soup was searching for a Chinese mirror. Excuse me. You ever just like, I don't know, something just like, I don't know if it just flew in my mouth. I don't know what happened. Sorry about that. All right, we're going to be seeing a Chinese mirror here. We've got Shenong against Fushi. I'm surprised to see this. Of course, I think that Kavoth will be happy with this matchup, but I think Soup was hoping for a Fushi versus Gaia or a Fushi versus Quetzalcoatl. I think that's what he was hoping for. But Kavoth gets himself the Shenong, snipes the Fushi to some sort of degree there. And well, on the one side, it's not, if this was Nuwa from Kavoth, I'd say, okay, that's a different story. It's Nuwa. Shenong doesn't have the super cavalry. So Kavoth's playstyle, Kavoth's China, is all built around a reactionary game plan, for one, which plays around forest protection, white horse cavalry, and reacting perfectly to whatever you do to try and kill you. He's played so many Nuwa Fushi games that he knows how to stay alive. Shenong is a different kettle of fish. You got to make halberdier, you got to make fire archer, you got to make Dao, you got to make myth unit. Very, very different kettle of fish. So maybe Soup's going to be okay here, especially on an open map like Elysium against Shenong, and see what he can do. It will be an interesting one for sure. All right. Well, we'll see how it's going to go for Soup. He's got his work cut out for him. Best Chinese player I think we've got at the moment inside of Kavoth in a Chinese mirror. We're going in onto the map Elysium. Let's check it out. Alrighty, off to game number 2. Kavoth up 1-0. He goes in with the Shenong, and he does go with the immediate Shenong farms here. I'm not going to touch on it. I've already said it. I'll say it a million times. I'll say it. Actually, no, I'm going to touch on it. Why not? Why build the farms here when you can build them over here? Just why? I don't get it. Someone needs to make this make sense for me. We've had Shenong for how many years? Well, at least over a year. And it's been quite clear that the farms should go to protect your villagers on the gold mine. But yeah, you could say, yeah, I would say you're right. The walking time, a grand total of 2 seconds to get here. So he loses out on about 4 food. I'm not having it. I'm not there with you. On the right side, Soup, he has a very specific build that he cooked up, which allows him to get himself an early temple, which allows him to get early relics in if he sees one that he wants. I love that. If we take a look at what he actually does see, there's the Cathara of Apollo, not super important. There's the Rhea's Crown, again, not super important. There's the Khopesh of Horus. That one's nice, especially versus Shenong. And the Grass Cutting Sword. That's a really, really important relic for Kavoth in this matchup. There's a Discord channel specifically devoted to making me upset with the... Oh, he's going to be shot on gold, no? Oh, no, he's not. Okay. Yeah, there's a Discord channel set up just to make my life miserable. I see, I get it. That makes sense. Lots of people like that. That's fair and reasonable. However, the first Kwafu will come out for Soup. Kavoth's is already out. His second one is already out, but he's not going to be able to get that third one. So Soup, after all is said and done, managed to get 3 Kwafu. Probably an extra villager or 2 before Kavoth does. But what does Kavoth get? Kavoth gets the double Shenong farm. He gets to sit in his main base for longer. He's going for another Kwafu here, I think, as well. Lots and lots of food in the bank. Lots and lots of food. All right. Well, nonetheless, the Pioneer is up here for Kavoth as he knows how important that relic is. That there is going to be worth way more than any small amounts of resource gain from an efficient build order. But both players are going to be picking up their relics. And if we take a quick look, that's Cathara of Apollo, that's Khopesh of Horus. This one has been missed, unfortunately, for Soup, and it's not yet spotted there for Kavoth either. So Soup might be able to find that third relic, but we'll see. As Chi Yao coming through, I'm not surprised to see this from Kavoth in the slightest. However, his advance time is incredibly slow, and Soup's is very, very fast. I would be somewhat surprised to see Soup not go for a second town center here. Yes, it's Elysium. Yes, the town centers are hot garbage, but he's playing Fushi, who's got the extra Bleach Blossom Spring. He can get an extra little bit of gold in. If his opponent does decide to go for some sort of crazy all-in, he should be fine 9 times out of 10 to actually survive. And I think he is going for the town center. As another Shenong's farm comes down. It could be a crazy all-in here from Kavoth. I could have called it very, very wrong. If it does end up being a one town center play, it's very late advance. What Soup could consider here is he could consider moving his Kwafu, first and foremost, getting himself protection for his Kwafu in the shape of a kid with a pointy stick, the Najar. And then he can wander forward here, which is kind of close to the town center, and just throw the walls up immediately on this spot, and then start gathering this gold mine. And that would slow down any sort of attack. You'd be able to get extra gold in, and you'd be in a really, really good spot. That being said, Kavoth does not know what's going on. He's sitting in his main base. He's playing keep away as the Chillin will charge out of here, and the Yatsa does do the dash attack, 5.3 speed apiece here. Is the Yatsa apparently has some weird ability to catch up there, but decides not to chase too much. And Soup's talented to finishes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dao Swordsman. This is not the Kavoth China that I know and love. This is a new Kavoth China that I might know and love even more, as he's dropped the double military camp and he is going for the Dao Swordsman. grass cutting sword, Dao swordsman. It's 4.2 speed instead of 4.0 speed. Not that big of a deal in terms of catching up to anything, but a big deal in terms of just being able to traverse the map. Issue is that the Pioneer only have 4 speeds, so you're still moving at the same speed anyways. But not really going to change anything. Not really going to change anything. The really big thing is that the Dao swordsmen kill everything as, well, Soup is searching for what's happening. He hasn't scouted the military camps just yet. They're a little bit on the hidden side. Villagers over here getting targeted down. There could have been a Prosperous Seeds farm over here. The villagers could have been safe, but they're not, as they will pull back into the main town center. And Gavoth, he says, hey, I don't even care. I'm going to kill you. I've got that. How many Daos does he have already? He's got 12 Dao swordsmen. He is going full send at the moment as Machine Workshop coming in. The very quick research speed for Fushi is paying dividends there as the Watchtowers comes in near instantly. But Soup's temple is going to go down and Kavath will be able to steal away his precious relics. All of that early pressure just to lose your relics. Now, that is if... nope, never mind. No relics, no grabbing. That was what I thought was the plan. But nonetheless, over onto this side, Najjar versus Dao Swordsman. Najjar does win because of the chillin'. And a Pioneer will come out. That's going to be some help at the very least. Over onto the backside, however, the Yatsa coming in, and they're going to go after these villagers as Soup is distracted with everything else, but he does notice it. He's going to drop one peasant, maybe two, but I mean, the damage he's dealing up onto this side has to be somewhat worth it, no? Another villager goes down, 2 villagers picked, as the next move for Kavoth has to be to come and take this position out, as Soup needs to go into Fire Archer. But Fire Archer dive very, very quickly to Javelineer, of which the Javelineer will start to get pumped out here. Another play here for Kavoth is to go to the Heroic Age through Nubar, and then he's going to get a lot of advantage there. The other problem here for Soup is he doesn't have access to the Fey Beasts, which can be a big answer for a whole bunch of Javelineer or something like that. It's the Yatsa coming through. They're going to snipe one villager to have those heroes causing some problems here. But Fire Archer's coming in, going to start trying to take out the Dao Swordsman, but the Yatsa's getting some big damage done, and Kavoth will say, all right, I will run. That's fine. He will drop one Yatsa there from the Najjar, and a good defense thus far from Soup as Kavoth, his attack not working out super well here just yet. But we'll see. We've got 4 Wuzu Javelineer in. He needs a lot more, I think. I mean, generally, you look at how many units your opponent has in terms of Fire Archer, in terms of counter infantry, or in terms of like Archer, and you building your counter Archer, right? So normally you go half the amount of units they have, you build counter Archer. That's normally what you do. But in this situation, the only real unit that Soup can build here is going to be Archer. He does not want to build Dao Swordsman. So you can go up to 20 Javelineers here very, very simply in order to take out all these guys. But you do have to keep on getting those Dao in nonetheless. One villager going to be attempting to repair the town center up to keep everything alive, as the villagers will swing over here onto that next gold mine as the gold has expired. Big thing here for Kavoth is he does still have lightning weapons. It's the Dao going after the town center. We do have those units coming through. Is there enough stuff here? As the Javelineers, they have managed to sort of keep the rest of these units from doing anything. We've got the lightning weapons to come through as the Dao Swordsman coming in. We do have the Vanish there as well, as Soup is going to bail out of this position. The Arts is coming up onto this side, but there's plenty of heroes over there as they do pop out of the Vanish just as the just as the town center is about to fall, just as the lightning weapons is dealt with, as the Pioneers will be able to finish off that chillin' over there. The town center dies. Villagers coming over to try and get some damage in, as the Dow Swordsmen, simply put, just aren't dying here. The Javelineers need to be focusing down the only units that do any damage here, which is going to be the Fire Archers. He's trying to take out those Pioneers so that his Yahtzees can get the damage done, and he's doing a good job of it, as the Yahtzees now can enjoy all of that life steal. Look at the HP just coming straight back up, and now Kavoth has found himself in an amazing position. Does Kavoth have the foresight to come over here? He doesn't need the foresight to come over here. He's already got 2 units on this position, as the villagers will turn, get some shanking action happening, but Kavoth is in full control as the Kwafu gets taken down, the peasants get taken down, and I think this might just be game over for Soup here. He's behind on population, he's behind on villagers, he's behind in every single match. These 2 Yahtzees can kill that entire army there, by the way. These 2 Yahtzees, if you just wanted to, there's no heroes here. The Yahtzees are incredibly strong at the moment after they got a little bit of a, I would call it a quality of life HP buff. They were getting knocked down a little bit too fast, considering they lost a lot of power from their special ability, but weren't compensated elsewhere. And now they've got that power back. I think they're back to being very, very solid units. As let's look at that HP just coming straight back up. It feels good to be a Yahtzee when your opponent has got 0 heroes, and Soup taps out, and Kavoth shows why Kavoth be the master of the China. And he does show off this pretty cool Dow Swordsman attack. Very, very nice play here. It looked fantastic. I like it. I don't like the way that he used these farms, but hey, beggars can't be choosers. I like the strat. Super aggressive. Took full advantage of that extra speed on his own Dow Swordsman. And of course, the natural reaction from Soup to go into those Fire Archers was correct, but he got out of position, and from there, he could not get his units in to actually deal with the Dows, and he found himself in a very bad position. I think he did eat the Peach Blossom Spring, but I would have liked to see Soup grab the Peach Blossom Spring before moving over here. That would have let him sit back onto this spot for a little bit later, for a little bit longer, and just keep on building up that mass of Pioneer, Fire Archer, Javelineer, maybe even Dow as well. Could have been somewhat of an option for him to add in, but he could not quite work it out. Quick wins for Kavoth here. We're 45 minutes into the day and already into our second match. Let's jump back over to the main menu and see who it's going to be. Alrighty, it looks like it's going to be a Kavoth versus Rappel matchup next. So I'm pretty sure they're going to be getting that all sorted out as we go along. So I will get ready for the shenanigans, and we will see you shortly. Alrighty. Let's just check out the bracket so we can show you guys off exactly what's going to be happening today. We've also got Modern stream going on, so check it out for the moment and see what's happening. So, I don't know how to edit that, Ross. Today's games. Kavoth versus Soup. Oh, of course I read YouTube chat. I read all chat. It's just that when it's the game's going on, I focus on the game. Grass vs. Mosca is currently on the Motoba channel, though I think Mosca's having some technical difficulties. We then have, of course, we've got Kavoth and Rappel here. We've got Magic and Recon on. That's a absolutely stacked game. That's a game I'd love to watch. Magic and Recon. We then have Kavoth versus Moscow over here. Soup and Rapple will have a game. Grass and Recon. We've got Mini Yeti and Magic having a game. We've got Mini Yeti and Rapple having a game. And then Moscow and Recon. Well, alrighty. I did not mean to have that one up. It's fine. For some reason, my thing is not working how I would like it to work. That's okay. I've now fixed it. Okay, so we got ourselves the next draft coming in shortly. Rapple has not been having the best run of his life thus far in this tournament. He's had a lot of losses so far. But yeah, we do have a question. So some random person just donated to sponsor this event. Some random person. That random person would be Mill. He is a community supporter, and he has donated. Yes, he donated the prize pool for this event. And then Uros and Motaba have donated their time. Fofusake has also donated her time and all the other stuff. Do we know if Mr. will participate in the Athens tournament? Yes, we do. He will be there. At least as of what I know in this moment. Who knows what's going to change? All righty then. Yeah, unfortunately, Moscow's had some. So, do we know if Egyptian is doing well? I'm not sure if we have the results handy just yet. I have seen Egyptian getting clobbered. I have seen Egyptian winning, but to be honest, I'll be honest with you, Satfat. You know I will. The eye test, it don't look good for Egyptian. It does not look good for Egyptian from the eye test. Egyptian is getting some wins for sure, but they ain't easy games. It's looking very, very tough for the old Egyptian there. All righty, give us a couple seconds while Kavoth and Rapple organize out their draft, and we'll jump over there. What is the eye test? It's from this thing, from what you see, right? It's like when you go in and you watch a game, a sports ball game, and you go and you ask someone without really knowing a whole lot, you ask someone who's the best player on the field at the moment, and you got to use your eyeballs to see what's going on. And generally speaking, the person who is the best will sort of have this shine about what's going on. Everything just looks a lot easier for them. And all that stuff. Yes, the eye test. That's right. Yeah. Is this tournament being played on the live patch? We actually are playing on a tournament patch because there is technically a game breaking bug that can potentially happen. The devs have been kind enough to prep a fix for that, but unfortunately they couldn't get that distributed. I don't know exactly when it's coming, but I know that there is that fix coming soon, TM. I don't know when. Don't ask me when. Generally speaking, weekends are very, very tough for a company that does not work on weekends. So I would imagine that the bug would be fixed for next week at some point. What's the bug? So certain god powers have got an effect which prevents enemy god powers from being cast in that zone. But that effect goes away when the god power finishes. But for whatever reason, it is not going away. So, for example, something like what's an example? Thunderburst. Something like Thunderburst will sit there for the rest of the game. So yeah. Anyways, not important. Not important for this tournament. Of course, bugs are a part of modern gaming, and we deal with it. And we've also got some sick devs. Like, yes, they made the bug. Let's be honest, they made it, but they're also happy to fix it, which is also good. So we'll enjoy that there. Okay. That needs to hit. Wait, are they done yet? Oh, we've got one last pick from Kavoth, and we're going to show you guys the draft. It's, you know what's funny? When we see a best of 3 with no Egyptian bans from 2 players who are incredible Egyptian players, and there isn't a single Egyptian pick. And here I thought I might have just gone off the deep end, you know? I thought I might have. Thought I was the one going crazy. But it turns out everyone else is on Team Boit. I don't even know why they're not picking it. Like, I don't feel like anybody can. I don't think like any of these top players can even explain what's going on. They're just picking out the gods. All right, so our first game is going to be on the map Elysium. It could be the god. It could be the map pool here. Not really any super good Egyptian maps. Illuminati can explain it. I don't know if you can. Why? Well, I don't feel like you can explain it. I dare you to. I dare you. I double dog dare you. It's been a while since that's shut up. Okay, if I was playing this one and I was Kavoth, I would be thinking, maybe an Amaterasu on Elysium, Quetzalcoatl on Elysium. We need this many map bans on ladder. Map bans on ladder would be fun. I like that idea. I like the map bans on ladder idea. There's 11 maps in. Wait, is there 11? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's 11 maps here. And you could basically give everyone a map they want to play, which gives it more chance to pop up. And you could give them 4 bans easily, both players 4 bans. And you can pick it, you can ban as many as you want or not, and the rest would just be randomly picked. That's a great idea, Pegasus. I mean, we should definitely have that on the ladder. Why isn't that a thing? Illuminati's ready to write an essay. All right. So our first matchup is going to be Amaterasu versus Huitzilopochtli. This is going to be interesting. This is going to be interesting. So imagine if we have a mini draft pre-game thing like League where you just ban maps. If there was like infinite time and Age Mythology was as big as League of Legends, I would suggest that the ranked mode should be a draft format. That's what I would suggest. If it was as big as League of Legends, and by as big as League of Legends, I mean like 1 million active players, all but like half of them basically playing ranked. How good would that be? You click ranked, you play your 1v1, you have to play like a best of 3 in that 1v1 to see who actually gets to win or lose. Yeah, queue up for best of 5, then do draft. Best of 3, then do draft. That'd be the one. We just need 1,000,000 players for that idea to have any merit. Maybe 100,000 players would maybe be enough, because we each game in league has got 10 players, and we only need a tenth of the amount of players that. Sorry, a fifth the amount of players. Wait, a tenth, a fifth the amount of players that league needs. All right, we're still waiting for these guys to get started here. I'm not sure what the holdup is. Oh, gas prices. Don't get me started on the gas prices. At least one good thing's come out of this whole gas price hike thing in Australia. It's that people are talking about the gas prices and how stupid Australia is. Boit didn't get the reference. No, I don't. I don't get the reference. I'm Australian. I don't get anything, including money for our natural resources. All right. Let's have a little look. See. I don't think I'm going to click on that link. Whatever that link is, we ain't clicking on it. Am I watching the World Cup? Australians won 2-0. Yeah, I watched the Knicks win. The Knicks won. I'm pretty happy about that. That was fun. Go to the Knicks. First finals win in 30, 40, 50 years or something? 30 years? I can't do math. Long time. Anyone else watch the playoffs? We finally in. God, that was a big struggle. 53 years. That's a lot of years. That's a lot of years. All right, we can finally actually start talking about this one. I should have done this. I'm sorry. We kind of have not been on the ball today. I'm a shell of myself. I'm not going to lie. Let's check out the head-to-head between Kavoth and the Rapple. A absolutely and unequivocally dominating one-sided affair here from Kavoth, as he's been giving it to the Rapple for the past 1, 2, 3. He missed playing the Rapple in the Rapple's Cinderella run in Champions League Season 4, and he did not see the Rapple in Kavoth's own run in Pandora's Box. So there you go. That's the story. We'll see if Rapple can finally get a series win on Kavoth. Actually, maybe the Rapple has beaten Kavoth. The Rapple beat Kavoth in the JJJ. I remember that. That happened. That did happen. Okay. That definitely did happen. Let's not forget that. All right. So we'll see if Kavoth can defend the Witzler-Pochley shenanigans. I know that Rapple is not very well prepared. I don't think many people are very well prepared for this tournament, to be completely honest. But I know that Rapple isn't very prepared for this tournament. He's not had a lot of time to play on this patch. He's not had a lot of time to play in general. I haven't been seeing him streaming a huge amount. And I know he's been busy. I just know he's been busy. And that's fine. Everyone's got their own lives and things like that they have to be busy for. But he is playing right now and he's going to have to do something. If the Rapple decides to go for the Hero Rush, he knows how to do it. He's done it. It's very simple. He's done it before. He's done it many, many more times. But it has been nerfed. So this might be our time to see exactly what a nerf looks like in Age of Mythology. Oftentimes, a dev will come in and say, I think that the Scorpion Man is too strong. And he will say, Scorpion Man loses 5 divine damage, or loses 20 HP, or loses a speed, or 0.5 speed, or whatever. says you lose this, you lose X. The player base goes, well, if the devs nerf it, it's probably not good anymore. We're not going to even try and use it. In reality, what actually happens is very, very different. The unit was nerfed because it's very good, and it was probably still pretty good after the nerf. That's normally the case. Sometimes the unit's dead. Very, 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 very rarely. But let's jump into Elysium and see if this will be a little bit of Warrior Priest punching action, or if we're going to see Rappel try to play with Witsapochli in a different way. And off to the races we go. In the right-hand corner of the map, we have Kavoth for his second series of the day. He's going to be playing some Amaterasu for us. His opponent today on the scary Witsapochli. The bird. The bird is the word, and the word is the bird. It is the Rappel. And the Rappel has heard my upset rants about playing as Witsapochli and not going for the livestock pen. And he's going for the livestock pen. Finally, I win. That's all I wanted. All I want is for players to realize that there are things in this game that are, simply put, just good to do. And what you're going to see here is, I think, a little bit of mismac. He might be okay. A little bit of mismacro from the Rappel. He probably should have put an extra villager onto gold. He's got too many villagers on wood. He's not going to be able to get his 13 villager advance that he wants if he is going for a rush. Oop. And especially not going to get that if he gets distracted by a Kitsune nibble. But he definitely, his tempo's a little bit on the later side here. And he's going to go maybe one or two more villagers later. But deciding to not just go for a crazy all-out rush. I like that. The players' icons are indeed reversed. It's my first time here. I've never done this before, and I made some mistakes. I'm sorry. All right, it's fixed. Thank you. Yes, cool. Appreciate you. All right. Relics on the map. Scales of a Kotobble Pass, making myth units a bit stronger. Down to the bottom side, we've got the Tusk of the Iron Boar. Hit points plus 10%. On to the bottom side, there is the Oseberg Wagon, plus 10% of the base there for that, and the Scales of Echidna, with myth units becoming cheaper. We will see Malinal Zotchotli. Did I say that right? Why do I like it? Isn't Rush biggest wits? Because you can get the livestock pen down and still get a 13 villager or 14 population advance. Or 12 villager. I can't remember what it is. I remember seeing the advance that everyone was going for and saying, no, you can get that advance with a livestock pen. So long as you can share the gold and a wood line or the gold and the food line. So long as you can do a share of that cow pulley, one of the two, you can get that fast advance in. That's why. Okay. I'm glad I could be wrong. I don't think I am, but I could be. I've been wrong before. I'm right half the time. 55% of the time. Anyways. Relics coming in. And the Minakata Tomi is going to be coming through. This is a big actual change to this matchup as well, mind you. The change is that, well, Shrine of the Hunt no longer has the myth unit wolves. Which basically means you can drop said wolves down, and they should be a much better defensive effort here. And we will see a very smart move there from both Kavoth and from the Rappel as the healing coming in. We do have the Wanyudo on the back, and the wolves will deal with these large scorpion men I keep on saying, man, large scorpion. Large scorpion. As the villager over here will pull back into the tower. Still pressure coming through. This villager pops out. Going to get smacked a couple of times. There is obviously access to the solar shield. Heals from the Miko. All that other good stuff as a bushy comes through. Does he farm Tenali? I don't think he gets Tenali from these. I could be wrong. Does he? I don't know. Villagers back out over onto this corner. I don't like this decision from Kavoth. Just come over here and chop this cherry trees down. Be safe. Be safe with the villagers. As Rappel coming through and Kavoth for the moment not paying attention. Oh no, this could be disastrous for Kavoth. One villager will 100% go down. The other one does get hit with the solar shield, so he gets to safety. Onto the front side, more warrior priests coming through as the walls will be up. And villagers coming up onto this side, but the warrior priests are already in. Kavoth is under so much pressure. Another villager, is it going to go down? Yes, another villager goes down and the warrior priests pull back, say, I don't want to take town center fire. Let's get out of here. Villagers coming back over onto this position to try and grab the watermill, as we do have some Naginata riders in for the damage. There goes the blood pact in, as the villager will take a couple of smacks before it does end up dying, but it doesn't because the Miko Micro is too strong from Kavoth. 19 seconds left of blood pact. You've got to get that damage done. One more Naginata rider goes down, and Rappel, he's got to send that warrior priest in. He's got to get value out of his blood pact. It's going to be dying in 5 seconds here. Another Naginata rider goes down and warrior priest goes down. The blood pact finishes. Large scorpion goes down. Both large scorpions go down. House coming down from Kavoth, and after all is said and done, there is a villager advantage here for the Rappel. After that rushes out. He picked off some villagers. He got out a solar shield. He's got a whole bunch of favor in the bank. He's got to be feeling good about his position. But I think Kavoth is fine, all things considered. That being said, is he fine? If Rappel goes into the right unit comp here, he definitely has a really, really strong classical fight that I think a lot of people kind of ignore. For example, right now, he knows that Kavoth is going to be making Naginata riders and Yumi archers. Kimichin Spy gets spotted. Going to get nibbled as he runs back. If he goes in for what? Oh, the Tajipla gets converted there accidentally, I think, from Rappel. I'm not sure why that's happening for him. But if he does decide to go in for some Coyote warriors, well, I like that idea. I think that's a good idea. I think it's going to be really, really strong. I think it's going to catch Kavoth off guard here. He's even going in for Kumiki. And life is going to get very, very tough for Kavoth. On top of that, you can also then go in for your own Tequila archers as well. There's this one spearman in, does get taken out there before the rest come through, and Kavoth will say, bye-bye, Rappel. I picked off your dude. Let me run away, and we'll think about the next part of the game. Alrighty. Is Mr. playing any tournaments soon? He is participating in the Gamathlon LAN. Yes. Ball's coming up on this side from Rappel nice and early. I like that move. He's trying really hard to get this Kuat Lukue in, though. I really don't like this play, just in general, on a map that's as open and as gold starvable. But you get such a good god power that, and your spearmen are really, really cheap, that it sort of is going to make sense regardless. And now we will see some samurai coming through. But I have to say, look at the difference in pop right now. Could you imagine if Rappel had just spent everything on Spearman, Tequila Archer, and Cody Warrior right now? What position Kavoth would be in to have to answer that? Of course, his gold mine has got 1,000 gold left in it. He could probably get to the heroic age as well, but even if he does, you've got all the answers for his heroic age. As these Naginata Riders hit the smoke trap, trigger that one. Villager over here does get spotted, trying to finish off those walls there as well, as the Spearmen, Warrior Priests coming over. Not going to be able to stop the Kitsune, but does keep his Villager alive. Going to continue his wall building ways. Now the heroic age is on the way. More Spearmen are coming out, and the transition into Samurai is what's going to be the kicker here for the Rappel. The Aztecs don't really have a counter infantry unit outside of the Shorn one. So he has to get down a Great Temple and then start building the Shorn one to deal with those Samurai. He does have Tequila Archers. He does have Eagle Warriors, which aren't really as good, but still, Rappel gets caught out in this middle here. He will have to drop his God Power onto this side, which I think he will be doing. Over here, those Samurai are going down. The Spearmen splitting off to try and take out the rest of these units as they get eaten up too. This is not looking like an amazing fight for the Rappel, as some units splitting off over here. He will try to drop down the spike trap, but I don't even think he's got the time for that. 5 seconds to finish it off as the units do pop out here. The Scorpions will be helping out. The trap did actually end up finishing there. I think got some damage in. Did pick off another couple of units. And Rappel, for the time being, continuously spamming these Spearmen. Samurai have to be the answer for this. And I think they are, as Kavoth does manage to push Rappel back for the time being. But Rappel, I think he's fine for the moment. Now he's going to try and get himself those Tequila Archers, but I'm still looking at this composition going, wouldn't it have just been better to stay in the classical age? Wouldn't it have just been better to stay in the classical age? I don't know. The one thing here for Huitzilopochtli is that the Tequila Archers are a little bit more solid than the Eagle Warriors in the only stat that matters, speed. They go up to 5 speed. Unless you have Huawei, you can't get the Eagle Warriors up to 5 speed, so they will be able to kite for days. The only issue is, do you really need to kite for days? The Eagle Warrior can kite for days as well against those Samurai. But Samurai have got such high HP pool that maybe you want to have the Tequila in with their DPS regardless. But nonetheless, Kavoth, I think he's so fine in this position. He is in a great spot. He's got a good, healthy amount of infantry. Naginata Riders in too. And we will see where to next, as now Eagle Warriors are actually coming in from the Rappel. He does want to take out some of those archers, is my guess, as Rappel is getting... pulling forward, pulling back, not really wanting to take a fight. That's fair enough, but... try to the hunt in the center of the map for 100 favor. I'll take things that I don't think are worth it for $200, Eddie. If you guys don't know who Eddie is, then you're not Australian. You haven't watched any Australian television, okay? Mr. Tequila. Well, the Tshipla are going to come through, and Rappel now ready to start taking this fight. His Spearmen have to be so careful with how they actually fight this, because the Samurai, if they're taking damage from the Samurai, they're not really doing a whole lot. Now the Tequila Archer is going to be trying to take out the other units. The Samurai will get pulled back. And after all is said and done, the army for Rappel is winning these fights. And Kavoth has to pull back and start thinking about the next thing for him to do. How is he going to survive here is the question. It's the Aztec army coming in over onto this position. Spearman coming around onto the side. He's got so many upgrades here as the Warrior Priest does get sniped before it turns into a Tajipla. Nice play there. Good awareness from Kavoth. The next tier of Bushido is in, however, as Kavoth, he's trying to hold on here. We see another cheeky little solar shield to come through. The Tajipla does manage to convert this time, as he's going to come in and chase those villagers away, chase the rest of the units away. Kavoth trying to get units back out. He's making Samurai, he's making Yumi, but he's got 700 food, 200 gold in the bank. Villagers dying left, right, and center. Over onto this side. These guys are going to be pulling back home. And so far, well, I mean, this is actually a devastating position now for Kavoth to be in. He's got no gold income. Of course, he does have a Matarasu. He's at tier 3, so what is he getting? 2.5 gold per second, which is not nothing, but it's not something either. Meanwhile, also, I'd love to see Rappel, especially with all these spearmen, setting up some smoke traps, setting up some spike traps on the gold mines. As the Yumi Archer comes in, that's going to be one dead Tlalmani Spearman. Eagle Warrior numbers starting to balloon out of proportion here. And the question I always get asked is, how do I kill off the Eagle Warriors? They've got, if I don't have counter archers, how do I kill off the Eagle Warriors? My opponent's got Spearman, Eagle Warrior. I can't build Cab because the Spearmen block off the Cab from getting onto the Eagle Warriors. The Eagle Warriors do too much damage. How do I kill them? To which I always answer, well, Myth unit be good versus the Eagle Warrior. 9 times out of 10. All right. Now the Yumi Archers wandering forward, looking for any amount of damage they possibly can. Going to be picking off a couple of spearmen here. We do actually have some Coyote Warriors. Oh my god. A man after my own heart. Rappel builds the Coyote Warriors. Love it. And a spike trap coming down, smoke trap coming down. Kavoth sneaking up to this top gold mine. This is important because, well, I don't really know why Rappel is allowing this. He's not allowing it. He had a smoke trap over here already. So this has been, well, Rappel literally spotted the entirety of this movement, and he will move up to the top side and look for some pressure momentarily. His upgrades are coming through. He's getting that Jade Weapons, tier 2. Feathered Shields is tier 1. What else has he got? Yeah, he's got all of the upgrades, or not yet having the... What's it called? Is it called Jade Armor or Feathered Armor? Have I finally unlocked what it is? Oh, it's Ceremonial Armor. Alright. Nonetheless, units coming over onto this side. Can Rappel win this fight is the big question. I actually wouldn't mind seeing a Blood Pact or something here from Kavoth, especially maybe on this unit here, on the Tlalmani Spearman, while he's killing off the villagers. Nonetheless, the army here now for Kavoth seeming very, very strong. Those Eagle Warriors not cutting the mustard here. They will start to shoot and scoot, and when they do shoot and scoot, their mustard cutting does seem to become much more powerful. As another Tajipla getting converted in here, and Kavoth needs to pull away. Wooden Gate going to get knocked down over onto this side as the villagers going to bail out, and, well, What can Kavoth do now? He can push down onto the bottom gold mine. That works. Spike traps just starting to come up all over the place as well. Smoke traps as well. They've become quite cheap. 10 wood, 10 gold. I think he hasn't got the spike upgrade just yet. This makes them cheaper, right? No, it doesn't make them cheaper. It just makes them do more damage. Over here, the samurai do get caught out as the Eagle Warriors getting some nice pot shots in. And Rappel now also has the Sean one in. And that's going to be pretty scary now for the samurai as they're going to attempt to get back home. More damage to come through. The samurai is going to fall over onto this bottom side. Rappel literally sees the villagers here. He's got the smoke trap. He sees this. So he will send units over here momentarily. He's queuing up through Mictlan to Kutli. That's a mouthful. Mictlan to Kutli. That's the Naginata Riders looking for a little bit of something. And the town center is up for Rappel as well, as he says, hey, I mean, if I'm not going to fully get the gold stuff, let's just ensure that I don't lose this game by falling behind economically or something silly. Grabs himself the town center, but that does allow Kavoth a heroic age as he's going up now through Raijin. Sitting back, waiting for the time being. He does go for the new fire ceremony. Is he sacking a whole bunch of vills? No? Huh? Oh, the villagers are coming in. How much is he going to get? 139. Well, he's going to just use this, right? Secondary Earth Monster. This is the, I would say, the stock standard usage. Yes, the stock standard usage for new fire ceremony is, well, you've got an opportunity to spam your favor income for a sacrifice 10 or 5, 6, 10 village, whatever you want. You're going to be able to get another cast of something off. Meanwhile, up onto the top side, Naginata Riders searching. They will spot the villagers over here. Somehow, some way, Kavoth gets rewarded for a pretty wild attempted raid. But I think here that Rappel can probably just charge in here and just pick off villagers himself. He did go Quiet Lukue. He does have crush damage. The villagers trying to run back to the town center for the time being, but he does have crush damage on his unit, so he can take buildings down very, very quickly. Villagers over here getting taken down. Farms coming through as well. The spearmen coming in as the units charge into the main base. A little bit of miscontrol there from Rappel as he will actually attempt to take the fight. His units over here aren't fighting as well. Needs to get everyone back in and ready to work. Over here, villagers getting taken down as Rappel also needs to figure out how he's going to defend that. He does get himself up to 61 villages on 3 town centers. He's spamming villagers from all the town centers over onto this side. The Sean, Taunton Smasher. Sean one as well, helping out. Rappel got himself all of his upgrades. He's missing himself the big farming upgrade at the moment, obviously. That's the big one to really help him get to the next age. I don't think he's got that many villagers on farms either, though. He's only got 7. The rest are still on hunt around the map. Can Kavoth bring this one back is the big question. He's a fighter. Spike traps. Oh, dear. I don't even know what you're supposed to be trying to do with the spike trap. I've tried to cook up my own ideas with them for a little bit, and I'm just like, what do I do with these? I don't even know. The only real solid idea I've got is spike is lullaby, then spike trap the lullabied units. That's about it. Unless the unit's up into the top corner, as there is an escape route through the wooden wall. And of course, Kavoth will take that. He's got himself the villagers on the gold. Another Tajipla getting converted in here as well. And the wooden wall is not going to last long at all. Of course, there is still going to be access to the Earth Monster if he wants to drop that. And you can get a very, very easy win here. Spearmen coming in, trying to take out the villagers. They're diving into the castle. We do have a Thunderburst coming through as the Earth Monster gets dropped down as a bit of a reaction, a bit of a counter. But this Thunderburst is hitting every one of those Eagle Warriors multiple times here. I'm not sure it's going to matter, though, because just look at the population for Kavoth. He's at 120 to Rappel's 200 here. Over onto this. That is a usage of Blood Pact, and it will be a win for the Rappel, but I kind of wish that he at least built one Ayatochli here and used that Blood Pact on the Ayatochli. That's the big prime usage, and Rappel gets the first win with some very, very solid Huitzlopochtli gameplay here. Very, very solid indeed. Love to see it. All right, let's jump back over to the draft and see what actually, I mean, we've got to think about it. Give it a little bit of thought. What else could Kavoth have tried to do in this game? Where did this game go wrong for Kavoth? I almost brushed it off, but let's try and think about it. Give us a second. So the first fight went well for the Rappel, right? Even though Rappel went to the Heroic Age. He went to the Heroic Age, he dropped Earth Monster. So I think there was maybe an issue here for Kavoth in that he needed to split up and play around Earth Monster a little bit better. I don't know. The next fight. This one didn't go well for Kavoth at all. Which units was he building? I think this was the fight where it was like half Tequila Archers, half Eagle Warriors, and the rest Spearmen. And yeah, it just didn't work out for him. He needed a Heroic Age or something. He needed to play a little bit slower maybe. Trying to force all the fights. Maybe just going in for Samurai at the start would have been a better shout. Go straight for Samurai. Helps build your Bushido faster. Play a defensive turtley game. No problems. And go from there. And nonetheless, let's jump over to the draft and see what they can pick for game number 2. I need to flip that. All right. It's going in onto the map Mirage. I think we might see a Gaia versus Zeus. Oh my god, I predicted it. Yay. It's like I've seen this before. What a time to be alive. I think Gaia is really good here versus Zeus. I'm surprised to see the Zeus. I would have expected a Thor seeing the draft, but I said Zeus because it's Rappel. Save Zeus for the land map and dominate whatever Kavoth picks, because there's a couple of actually if this was going to be Gaia and you played Thor here, save Zeus for Ghost Lake and win that for sure. But I don't think Rappel knows how good the Zeus is on that map just yet. Surely I'm keen for Origin. To be honest, no. I got no idea. I haven't been following. I don't follow the football. I'm terrible. I know. All right, let me have a quick look at what's actually going on over here. Okay. We are having some unfortunately, it looks like Mosca is going to be having a lot of power issues. It's not looking like his power is coming back on tonight. A little bit disappointing is what it is. All right. Off to the races we go into game number 2. Never mind. We've still got some time to wait for game number 2. Rappel, one of the best Zeus players. To be honest, Zeus has changed quite a lot. And I think that the recent patch has changed Zeus quite a lot. And I think that understanding that Zeus is a different type of god now would be in the benefit of the Zeus players. But it's definitely not in the realm of the Rappel's sort of playstyle. Basically we're talking about Zeus because he's about to play it on a water map. I don't know exactly how much this is going to relate. It's a different type of situation, but I still think it's relevant. Against Gaia, it's maybe less relevant. Against Atlantean, it's maybe less relevant, but still kind of relevant. But one of the big changes that happened is a gigantic buff for Greek, and anybody who is basically saying Greek is no good at the moment has not really understood what the gigantic buff is, and it's that their favor generation rate has been boosted quite significantly. And Zeus enjoys that the most because he starts with a favor boost. He also then can build things like Centaur, he can build things like Hydra, he can build things like Minotaur, he can build things like Manticore, he can build things like Medusa, and he can also enjoy a god power that only Demeter can also enjoy, which is Lightning Storm. So there's a lot of different ways he can enjoy that bonus favor that he's getting in. Did get some hits to Restoration, but doesn't end up really mattering that much, as that's not the optimal way to play Zeus. Anyways, at least that's my opinion. Bro. All right, that's where we're at. Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys, for listening. What's the most optimal way to play Zeus? It's making myth units. So for those you don't know, Zeus has got a unique bonus, which reduces myth units population by 1. Which basically means if you can make a death ball of, let's say, Centaur, it's more power than anything else in the game. If you can make 10 Centaur, that's like you've got 30 pop of Centaur, but it's only 20 pop. So you just gain 10 pop. So there's that. That's the point. That's the point. And you can make those balls of myth unit way easier because of the favor boostage. All right, that's my rant. Let's jump into the next game. It is Mirage. Let's check it out. All right, into game number 2 here. Kavoth, a rare loss. Actually, no, he did drop a series yesterday. This is best of 3. Anything can happen. I wouldn't be surprised if no one goes undefeated in this tournament. I wouldn't be surprised. Of course, if you go undefeated, that's your ticket to the grand finals, right? You just want to beat everyone. Then you're in the grand finals. You are the uncontested champion of the best of 3 format, if that manages to happen. But I think the only person right now who hasn't lost a game, actually there might be 2. I think it's Recon and it's Mosca at the moment. And both of those guys could easily drop a series against anyone. Nonetheless, Kavoth here, playing as Gaia, looking to keep his chances of a grand final appearance alive. Raffle on the top here, playing as Zeus. He's looking to try and keep his chances alive as well. I know he has lost, I think, 2 series already, but still, every single one of these games, or every single one of these series is worth dollary dues. Or is it dollary don'ts? Moscow lost to Husk Soup's Odin. It was a close series, but winning the series is all that matters. If you win 2-1, that is the same as winning 2-0 in terms of actual points. And points is paramount. Now, if there are 3 players who go undefeated, that's not possible. There are 3 players who go undefeated in the series wins, then the plus minus would matter. But It does not matter if you don't lose any series. So yeah, that's the story. Anyways, we're on the map Mirage, everyone's favorite water map, pretending to be a water map. It's just got a little bit of fish, a little bit of something different here. This is my favorite water map because it's a water map that everybody can enjoy. You don't have to go out and learn a crazy new build order. You can play the same stuff as if you're on a land map and just get those fishing ships in later. It's not a big problem. It's not a huge deficit to be in if your opponent knows a build and you don't. So I would recommend to anybody out there who is in the habit of dodging any map that has got any fish on it to give Mirage a go. Just enjoy it. This is literally dipping your little big toe into the pond and you're just getting a taste of it. A taste of the water. It's nice. It's warm. This is warm water here. It's good. All right, we do have ourselves the temple coming up from Rappel. Oracle Hero coming through as a relic has been found. Eye of Ornlu. One really interesting thing that I'd love to see here from Kavoth is utilizing the Karabalista on this map in this matchup. Of course, there will be Peltas at some point from the Rappel, but he's more likely to be in the classical age for longer here. He's more likely to go for this second town center. And I think that this could have been a potential Leto angle actually from Kavoth as well. Anyways, we'll see what's going to happen. I think Rappel wants his town center. He sees the back gold mine. There's 2 back elephants. He goes, yeah, far second town center is good. Of course, Kavoth also has the same deal here. He drops a mana. He can also then drop the Gaia Forest here as well if he wants to. And then he can garrison in and be on the town center and protect himself against any sort of heroes that are over there. As the Jason, excuse me, going to be wandering around the side. And we'll check the town center. Comes all the way over here. Misses. Up. Up. Well, he does get spotted here, and all of the citizens need to be heroized in order for him to basically survive against a Minotaur that's going to come through here as the Jason bashing away. And the Caladria will play I want to stay away from you, and you can actually get some heals in, of course. This can also be a thing. As over onto this side, we do have the Carnivora getting dropped down, but Minotaur is in to slow down the damage. But they're still going to get some good damage onto the Townsend. So both players taking a small amount of heat here. As the Caladria dodging, dipping, diving, and ducking and dodging. Does this guy have ballistic? No, he doesn't. No, I thought for a second there that maybe the Jason had ballistics on, but I think you have to grab ballistics first. Anyways, both players got their second town center up. If I was Rappel, move forward, grab this food, enjoy this forward position as well, put some buildings down, and look to play somewhat of a classical fight here. Because Kavoth is going to do the same thing. The other option is grab this back hunt, wall, maybe a wall over here, barracks, armory as well, and then you lock in your back position so no real raids can come through and hurt you while you're going to the heroic age. Greek heroes do have ballistics on there. Yeah, see, you say that they've got ballistics. You say that they do. But in my experience, the Caladria has got its dancing shoes on, and it's very, very tough to kill off the Caladria with said Greek heroes. As you can see, the Caladria simply does not care about the ballistics. Simply dodges the arrows without any real movement. So I'm not sure. They might have ballistics. You might be right that they do. But I don't see it translate to arrows hitting when they should. So yeah. That's of course, maybe if they did hit the Caladria more often, the Caladria would need a little bit of a HP buff. I don't know. But what I do know is the Jason and the Heracles is going to be looking for a little bit of damage over here. Citizen turns and gets some shanks in just to ensure that maximum amount of damage to come through. Villagers will pull back. We've got Apollo pre-queued. Murmillo's coming through as well. We're going to come up onto this side as the Minotaur is in. As a couple of hero Murmillos will get converted. We've also got that Bite of the Shark coming through. And I think Rappler has just built a minimal amount of units before he tries to get to the next stage. He's dropping his buildings behind this. Kind of like this play maybe better than what I suggested. I was suggesting over here and over here, but what Rappel does is this is a little bit safer. Not going to lose the wall for units killing it. He still protects the backside in the same way, basically. Only thing that should probably be different is actually something to actually defend the town center, as the Murmillos coming in. Does get the burst heal off before getting away from that town, so definitely don't want to lose anything for that. But if there was 3 or 4 Caladria here, you could definitely start smacking away and killing that. But Apollo is now coming through. We see channels coming in as well from Kavoth. So he can move a little bit faster, as this Jason will end up losing his life here. Poor guy, he just wants to run away, but he's just going to get slashed down and he's going to be dead. Sooner or later here, we're also going to be seeing the Paspis to come through for the Rappel. As Kavoth comes in trying to take out the Minotaur. Don't believe there's a pacifier anymore. He used those already. Kavoth moves forward, going to start enjoying the gold mine here as well. Turns around over onto this side. We're going to take this fight yet again as a Carnivore. It does get dropped down to potentially take out this. Not the best micro there from Kavoth, trying to dodge arrows. He's taking a lot of damage there. Bolt coming onto the Carnivore over there as well. As the units here for Kavoth need to get out of here. A little bit too dangerous for him. He does get a little bit of damage. 1,000 HP left on this town center. Forces Rappel to have to pull off here and start repairing this. On the YouTube chats, just to say it once more, we are on the current patch. It's a tournament patch with a bug fix on it. So we're on a tournament patch. It is the current patch with a bug fix. Just for everyone on YouTube, Twitch that didn't get the memo. Is Kavoth gonna charge forward? He wants to put up the economic guild over here. He's looking for all of the pressure. There's no bronze for the Rappel here, as the Murmillo is trying to get the value in. Town center, 800 HP. He pulls back yet again. Has to try and deal with the Paspis and all the other stuff. There's not a single Caraballister in. Just build 1 or 2. And then you're going to force out Peltasts up the wazoo. And then you're good to go. But there's no attempt here from Kavoth to go anything other than Murmillo at the moment, which, to be honest, I just can't accept. But we'll see what he's going to be able to manage to make happen here. He might go for the upgrade for cheaper heroes for his Murmillos and then convert them all, but he's missing Hyperion, so it's not the best of ideas to do that. Another military barracks coming up. We do have the Oracle on the way for more favor income, as Kavoth will look for some damage into the main base. The units will just pull back. Just trying to make sure that Rappel is constantly moving around. He's trying to keep Rappel on his toes, but Rappel's got somewhat of a good position here. He's got a back gold mine. He can put a fortress down in his main base. He can potentially put a fortress over here as well if he wants to. He can get watchtowers. So there goes the rear. Underworld coming in over onto this side, as the army for the Rappel will take out this town center very, very quickly. However, while that's going on, Rappel says, well, Kavoth says, hang on, if you ain't defending, you gotta defend, right? The Paspis will be the defense. Murmillo versus the Paspis. What is he thinking? There's no way that's a good move from Kavoth. No way that works. And he does decide to run after he goes, hang on, I'm losing this fight. Of course you're losing this. These are Paspists. You have infantry. If there were Caraballista here, I would say fantastic, go for it, but there's not. Rapple takes the town center down. He takes out a bunch of the Kvothian army. And he is just in front right now. Does steal the Manticore, that 5.3 speed bad boy. He's going to be getting away from that. I'm not sure what Kavoth was thinking on that one. That one made no sense. Now all of the Ontarius to come through to try and deal with this. Of course, Rapple will immediately start building hoplites the moment he sees these Ontarius. How many hoplites does he actually have here is the question. He's got 5, so it's not really enough. As the citizens into the center of the map, they're going to be having some issues here as well. There is still a restoration for the Rapple as well. The Manticore does have its specialins. You want to kind of wait on using that special until the units get a little bit more plumped up. It does come through. Trying to take this fight now. Carnivora does get dropped down. Restoration coming through as the Manticore will pull away from the Heracles, but in pulling away from the Heracles, well, he does pull the army away. But I mean, to some degree, that was not too bad for Kavoth because he got out the restoration. Onto the front now, the palace is coming down. And I guess the one thing here, even after all of this bad stuff has happened for Kavoth, Kavoth is still in front on the village account after the early game. Because of reasons. And Rapple is going to have to figure out how to break through a palace momentarily. He's going to try with the hoplites, but the Kontarius are going to be coming on into that back line. This Manticore is doing work here for the Rapple. Sorry, for Kavoth here. It's the Rapple. It was the Rapples, but it is getting a lot of damage in as this palace will attempt to stay alive. Is it going to? I don't think it is. Units are dying. Palace goes down. But Kavoth is still at full population. He's getting a town center up over onto this side. He just doesn't have the upgrades to really fight this Zeus army. At least not at the moment. As the Behemoth, that would be a nice tank to have in this army. People forget that this guy doesn't really take damage if he's getting it. He's got 2,000 effective hack HP if he's facing the hoplite. That's a lot. That's a good hefty amount of HP there. Plus, he's doing some pretty decent damage. He's coming in to take out some infrastructure, going after the Behemoth. Sorry, the military academy, and then potentially going after the town center. There's the citizens on the front going down, and Rapple does now have a fairly significant advantage. More citizens going down on the retreat. Orichalcum Mail now coming through as the Arcus Murmillos on the way. The Behemoth in the main base does go down. A sad boy. But yeah, trying to take out town centers with the Behemoth against Greek generally doesn't go too well because they can delete their hero wherever your Behemoth is. Delete their archaic hero, rebuild it on the town center, in 5 seconds it's out. So you will tend to not have success with that. Better to use it in the main army and try and just have it face its prey, so it gets to enjoy the extra HP. But this forward base of Kavoth's going down. Into the backside, Underworld Passage down to 200 HP. Kavoth gonna continue to move back and forth here. 160 HP, 100 HP. It will go down. Hoplites run. No problems. He's out of there. But town centers are up. Villager differential is in favor of the Zeus. And the favor is starting to come through here for the Rapple. And of course, he doesn't want to go for myth units here. It feels bad because of the trader. But if you get yourself out 3 or 4 myth units, then all of a sudden that trader feels way worse. He takes 1, your myth units kill it off, no problems. So you just got to avoid just building like either a really big myth unit, like say avoid building like a Fafnir type thing, and go for the low quality myth units, but the low cost myth units. Like a Minotaur here would be really, really good. for example. Like 5 minutes or with the upgrade. Of course, they are also 2 population as well, right? 2 population for this. Are you kidding me? How are the Mythius going to work when your opponent has all the heroes? Well, you've got all the units to kill the heroes, so it's fine to mix in your units now. Like, it just is. I think people get a little bit too worked up about the heroes and forget that you have units to kill them off. Nonetheless, Carnivore comes down. Citizens trying to take this out. And Boit he just can't take a fight here. Can't take a fight here. Rappel is slowly taking more and more of the map. Fnatic's getting eaten up as well. See Arcus, Spammage coming through. Hera on the way now as well. But Boit is just so far behind. I don't know what else he should be really trying to do. Fortresses are up. Walls are up. Rappel's fundamentals here, incredibly solid. The Mythic Age coming through in the right time. We're also seeing more Pacifists coming in to deal with the infantry that are in up onto this side. There is an entrance here that Rappel does need to close back up. So another palace is going to come through. Potentially Fanatics, I guess. There is this tech that he already has. So he has access to the Fanatics in the Heroic Age from getting that tech. I don't remember what it's called, but it's in there. The Toxotes getting some good damage done. Fortress over here picking off some units as well. Economic Guild comes up on the front there. Hoplites going out to the town center. There's enough citizen here with the palace potentially to actually hold this one, especially with Masons in. Well, not the best decision there from the Rappel, but I think he can kind of afford to do it. As he charges in onto this side, onto the Lushes. Those Arcus are starting to... they're starting to look pretty scary. He's got some good amounts of damage there onto those 11 Arcus. And on the other side, though, that's 12,000 damage on this army in its entirety. Beltas have killed off a bunch. Passus not very much. Hoplites have done a lot of damage. Of course, that's maybe just mostly the economic guilds and things like that. As another restoration can come down if he wants to. Trader onto the Metropolis there is Lightning Storm coming in, and I think Gavoth at this point will be tapping out, and Rappel manages to 2-0 Gavoth here. This is the type of comeback he needs to keep his tournament chances alive. He did not have a good day yesterday, but it's a new day, it's a new you, it's a new me, and it's a new Rappel. As he just showed up in a big way versus Gavoth here. I don't know what Gavoth was thinking, though. Pure Murmillo versus a Heroic Age Greek? What do you think the Greek is going to go for? He's going to go for a Paspis. So what do you need to build? Well, you either need to get some Carbalister in so that you can be ready to take those Paspis out, micro them, right? They're faster than the Peltas when on Gaialush, I think. They're faster than 4 speed on Gaialush. So spread the Gaialush out. Stay out of range of Peltas. Pick off the Paspis when you can. At least have 1 or 2 of them. And then you're good to actually take these sorts of fights and punish the town center when Rappel goes for the Underworld. But he just didn't have any answers at all for the Paspist. And that's what really threw his ability to stay alive in this game and win this game and be in a good spot. But a well-played game from the Rappel, as we might be taking a quick break here. I'm not exactly sure what's going on. I know Moscow's having some technical difficulties. He is the next on the schedule, but I don't think we're going to be taking a watch of his games next. So I will be back with you guys momentarily. I guess see you guys soon.
an economic guild opening. He made a miner and he's trying to get the temple up. Recon is gonna be seeing this temple though, so he knows this is gonna be a bit of a faster advance than usual. Maybe around 352, something like that. But I don't think you can put that much damage onto Gaia early on, especially because of the Gaia Lush, and then Gaia also should have an access to Caladria as soon as she ages up, which is going to be a great addition to defense. Luis Fernando Dop MB, thanks for the follow, man. Appreciate it. Hope you will have a great time with us here. And yes, so back to the game. Raycon doing the aggressive scouting. He does know there is a second goal, there is a second town center for him, but this second town center is absolutely one of the worst town centers. At least it has a wood line, but I don't think it's even worth considering it early on,
Sorry,
especially.
Mataba, can you drop me the myth?
Yo, sorry, I kind of forgot about that. My bad. I am sending one now. Here you go. Should have one. Let me know when you're in the game. I'm currently at minute 3, so you can speed up a bit. I will let you know what happened. Actually, nothing big happened. Both players, of course, aging up. Oceania is kind of expected, and age up also happened at the same time. So more or less, both players going for the same kind of thing, except
Okay, I'm at 315. Where are you at?
332, 333, 334. I will pause at 340 to wait for you. Just let me know when you're ready.
Okay, I'm at 340.
3, 2, 1, go.
Sorry, guys, for a little bit of delay.
You didn't really miss a lot. The game has been quiet. The one thing that did happen is the Ghost Lake spawned with 1 gold mine, so my wish was heard by the gods. And we do see quite a few gold mines on this Ghost Lake map. Actually, only 4 gold mines outside of these 2 in the starting bases. So this is gonna be a kind of an aggressive map for our players here. They have to play aggressive with units, otherwise they're not really gonna be able to do much. Oceanus has come true for both players. Double military barracks. No, this is a manor and a military barrack for Recon, and in the other side, double military barracks for Magic, Mass Murmillos, 100%. I bet on that.
So,
Go
Hand
on.
Axe Pickaxe in for Recon, but on the other side, we have very nice relics in for Magic. These Hero Mamillos are going to be, I'm guessing, at like 5.5 speed. They're going to be absolutely stonking.
Where did you see that relic? That relic is actually huge.
Magic's got 3 relics in his temple. Sorry,
Oh,
yeah,
already.
Magic does.
Unit speed 2.5. Vulnerability to hack. Mid unit. Oh my god, this Magic actually has a stacked pool of relics. This is absolutely gonna be amazing for him. 5.5 speed Murmillos is a force to be reckoned with. I'm kind of wondering if the right choice for Recon would be to kind of play Cairo Ballistas. I don't see his Murmillos being able to engage with these Murmillos speed-wise, and okay, maybe with the Gaia Lush, they could be kind of fine. They're kind of
Both
staring at each
players,
other.
yeah, playing a game of chicken here, but a bit of damage for both players. No archers in. The mana is down. The Lush will be healing Recon's units, and the Magic wants to find damage elsewhere.
I think that's a
I'd
smart
love to
move.
see. Mm, I'd love to see Magic just go for a bunch of Hero Mamillos and just grab that speed tech and run around being a menace. But then Channels is going to be coming in for Recon, and he will be able to match that speed, at least on the Lush. Pelagia getting the Pacify, and it looks like this is Recon's signal to go. Magic retreating.
I don't think Recon can catch up to Magic's units outside of the Lush, so his best bet would be to stay on that Lush and kind of play a defensive game for now. Both players taking those infantry upgrades that they have available. Bite of the Shark plus medium infantry. Empyrean speed coming in for Magic as well, so these Murmillos are going to go up in speed immediately, and that's going to be a great boost to Magic's game plan. I like
Both
what...
players are going to go mass Mamillo. Surely the answer is to grab especially for Magic, to grab his armory and then grab copper, copper armor to just boost that hack armor very cheaply.
Probably would be a good choice. We do see Recon getting the tier 2 upgrades Shaft Mine, I believe. That's gonna greatly boost his economy, and on the other side, Magic doesn't really have any of the upgrades himself. I believe he doesn't even have the economy guild. He's kind of just spamming Murmillos for the time being, not really caring about anything else. Yo Gunner 1806, thanks for the follow, my man. Appreciate it greatly. Hope you have fun here with us. The one thing I would love to see from Magic though is Sky Passage on this side, and then Sky Passage on the other gold mine in the top side, so he can kind of like go back and forth if needed, to kind of like pressure the positions, because I 100% think that the main point of interest for both players is going to be this position here between these two gold mines. Magic already has his villagers and oracles on the top side, kind of having eyes there, knowing what's happening.
I just want to apologize to chat. I said these Hero Mamillo will be 5.5 speed. I lied. They are 5.4 speed. So yes, quite significantly lower. No, I'm just joking. 5.4 speed is absolutely insane on a Hero Mamillo.
Absolutely insane. I agree 100%. That's great. Bait by Magic though. He managed to bait Carnivora early on.
Well, if you guys want to be continuing and watching that Magic versus Recon series, you will have to head over to Motiba's stream to check it out. Unfortunately, for you guys, you have to put up with me now, as we are going to be watching the Rapple versus Soup. We are watching the Rapple versus Soup. They've just finished up their draft, so we can dissect this a million different ways. We've got ourselves an Odin ban from the Rapple, Witzlapochli ban from Soup. Of course, the Odin ban is targeting Soup, who has had a lot of success with it, but he did just lose with his Odin versus Susanoo. And, well, yeah. In terms of the eye test, nothing points to this Odin god being absolutely and unequivocally broken. Definitely a solid pick for this type of tournament, but gets banned out. And Soup is the Witzlapochli ban. I like that one. I think you don't want to deal with it. Just get rid of it. It's simple. Now I don't have to worry about it. I can play my own game. I don't have to pick gods that are going to have to play around the priest, warrior priest rush, and all that other good stuff. So Loki pick from Rapple to kick off the draft is a little bit interesting. Does go to show that nobody's got a priority pick. Like, if this was a year ago and we did this draft, it would have been Isis, and then it would have been Set or Ra, and Ra. But and then if we did it in the Chinese patch, it would have been Fushi and Shinong and Nuwa, right? And if we did it in the Japanese patch, it would have been the Japanese gods and etc. etc. If it was last patch or the patch before, actually, it would have been the Aztecs. What a wild time we live in. So the Fushi pick there from the Fushi pick there from Soup is somewhat interesting as well, as he's enjoying the Chinese sort of buffs that they've just gotten, and we will be seeing a somewhat unfortunate matchup here for the Supinator for our first game. It's going to be Quetzalcoatl versus Set on the map Step. Now, here's my take on this. At least you're playing Set. That's my take on Egyptian versus Aztec. At least you're playing Set. What do I mean by that? Well, Set's got about 16,000 different cheeses you can try. Pick one of them, because you're going to have to go for a cheese. And hopefully it works, because if it doesn't, then you have to deal with some very, very difficult to kill units. At the moment, the Eagle Warrior is sitting in this place in Age Mythology Retold that no other unit has sat in. It's a generalist ranged unit with bonus damage versus ranged, and high speed and high range. What Egyptian lacks is it lacks a really solid counter archer unit, like the Peltast, like the Terma, like the Javelineer. It lacks a really solid fast cavalry unit, like the Raiding Cavalry, like the Naginata Rider. So it doesn't have an answer versus it doesn't have an answer versus mass Eagle Warriors, basically. That's the big problem, and that's the reason why Egyptian stock has fallen at the top level by so far. There's a whole bunch of other gods that Egyptians not good versus as well, to be completely fair, but the Aztecs are the first big blow to the Egyptians. Normally what the Egyptians do to deal with a long-range generalist archer, for example, the Yumi archer or the what's the name, like Arcus. Normally what they deal with that with is their own long-range generalist archer, the Chariot Archer. And obviously you can't build a Chariot Archer versus the Eagle Warriors. It doesn't really work. You could potentially go for Bone Bow. Bone Bow Chariot Archers will outrange the non-Quetzalcoatl Eagle Warriors, but well, they don't outrange the Quetzalcoatl Eagle Warriors. Actually, they might do it by 1 now. I think they lost range on the previous patch, so maybe it's going to work. But nonetheless, we'll see what Soup's plan's going to be. I would recommend to pick one of the random cheeses and just try and make the cheese work. Whether that be some sort of a fast mythic for something random, some sort of heroic age shifting sands play, some sort of classical age, very hyper aggressive early game. All those sorts of ideas come to mind. I got no idea. Alrighty. So we'll see how it's going to go. On the side of the Rapple, knowing what I just said, and whether that's true or not, I don't know, but knowing what I just said, well, what do you do if you're the Quetzalcoatl? You just play for it, even though you know that you're probably going to be fine so long as you just survive the cheeses. I feel like you just play like a normal game, and then you work towards it, but you don't need to rush it out. So you don't rush out super strong Eagle Warriors. You just work towards it and make sure you're covering any sort of cheeses that your opponent can do. Camel 0.3 speed next patch. I don't think it's a speed issue on the camels. I think the camels need like more pierce armor. That's my, like, if I had a hunch, actually, I could probably check it out. If I had a hunch for the reason the Camel Rider is feeling a little bit lackluster there, I think it's on the Pierce armor. And when I compare a Camel Rider to a similarly statted unit, say the Contarius or the Hippias or the White Horse Cavalry or the Naginata Rider, it's sitting at 225 effective Pierce HP, which is significantly lower, and I mean significantly lower than everyone else's Pierce HP. I have some older stats. Some of this stuff has been moved, but around, so this isn't exactly right. But like Naginata Rider, for example, that's at 280 effective Pierce HP versus the Camel Rider's 225. So yeah, they just die really, really quickly. Why are we comparing counter cav to counter archers? Yep, that's true. That's true. I wonder which unit would be the counter archer then, Pegasus Rush. Which unit do I build to counter the archer? Slingers? Slingers? My slinger does how much damage again? Was it 8 DPS to an archer? Doesn't work. It's not enough damage. Elephants, they don't work either. I wish the slinger worked. I tried to make the slinger work. I had fully upgraded slingers. They don't work. They don't do anything. Yeah, Moscow won the matchup. That's right. Why am I getting rage baited? Let's not get rage baited. It's fine. Should add another unit for Egyptian? No, I just think that you could add another bonus point against ranged for the slinger. Like a little bit of bonus range damage versus for the slinger. You could add a little bit of extra damage for the Camel Rider. You could give a little bit of extra Pierce armor for the Camel Rider. Lots of different options, but we'll see if that I might not even be right. Maybe this is a completely playable matchup and Soup's going to show me the way. I'm totally fine with that as well. Maybe nothing needs to change. I am all for this game feeling very, very balanced with the exception of a very small amount of situations. So let's check out this matchup. We are going in onto the map Step. And let's go. Where's my step? I want to step into step. Let's go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the bottom side of the map for your viewing pleasure. It is the Rapple, and he is going to be playing some Quetzalcoatl here. He does... Oh, he goes livestock pen. I'm not going to talk about it. We'll get back to it later. Up onto the top here for Soup. He's playing his set. We are into our third series of the day. We do have 6 series planned for today, but one player has unfortunately been struck by bad weather of some variety, and the power in his country or his area has gone out, unfortunately, so he's unable to play. I am indeed talking about Moscow at the moment, so I'm not sure exactly how many games we're going to be featuring today, but we're going to get as many of them done as we possibly can. Soup. He's got a Ford Gold Mine. He's playing his set. He's on the map Step. It's very, very possible here for Soup to be thinking and executing some sort of a gold staff. My current theory crafting has led me to the conclusion that I've got to do some type of cheese. Fast Mythic, 1 talent center fast Mythic sounds fantastic. So let me break down how I think about strategy and how I think about when I can do certain ideas. Okay, so there's 3 things you can possibly do in a game of Age of Mythology. Thing number 1 is get yourself more economy. That comes in the shape of an extra town center. Thing number 2 is you can build military. Also comes in the shape of building military. Thing number 3 is you can tech. When do you choose to do what comes down to what your opponent's doing. Now, if my opponent chooses to tech, one of the options that I can do to counter my opponent teching is to tech. So, what right now does Rappel want to do? Well, he wants to get to the heroic age for Eagle Warriors. That's what he wants. We already talked about it. It's a really tough unit to kill for Egyptians. Maybe Ra, with his bonus 10 or 15% HP on the Camel Riders, is enough to help him get past the Eagle Warriors. I don't really know. Of course, you then have to deal with Spearmen and things like that. We've seen it being very, very difficult for the Egyptians nonetheless. But he wants to get to the Eagle Warriors. That means he wants to go for a fast heroic, which does mean that at the very least, Rappel is going to be going for a tech. You could guess. Which does open up the idea that Soup can also tech. So if Rappel goes fast heroic, then there is the world where Soup can go for a fast mythic. And a fast mythic for, let's say, Thoth and Phoenix sounds pretty scary. Phoenix plus Chariot Archers. That can make some sense. Chariot Archers to pick off the Warrior Priest. Phoenix to take out the Eagle Warriors. That could be a thing to go for, but that's not what we're going to be seeing. We're going to be seeing the barracks. We're going to be seeing aggression here. This is another perfectly reasonable answer to a teching play. If someone goes for tech and you build military, you can shut them into their base, cut them off. Alrighty, we got the Anubite coming through for Soup as he's going to look for a little bit of pressure. Little bit of pressure. There is the Bunny Rabbit in to say, no, we don't want to get pressured at this point. Bunny Rabbit says, I would like to multiply into more Bunny Rabbits. Don't ask me why the Bunny Rabbit multiplies after it attacks, but that's, it is based on damage. It's a speedy, they are speedy buggers. But the Anubite is going to be able to jump away and is going to be fine. It's into the middle of the map. We are seeing some units coming through. And I'm not sure the Warrior Priest was changed here. But what you can get away with as Quetzalcoatl, as Aztecs in general, is you can get away with basically pure Warrior Priest at the start. And maybe mixing in some archers as well. Makes sense. But we'll see what the plan is going to be for the Rappel. He also doesn't need to stay in the classical age here at all. He can go to the heroic age by dropping himself this Agave Bloom and just getting there and rushing there, getting watchtowers. He should be very, very safe. Up onto the top. Soup is enjoying some aesthetically placed houses. And Soup will drop here with his Warrior Priest out in the middle of nowhere. And it's the Bunny Rabbits taking some damage here from the Priest. No micro from the Rappel here to try and keep that one alive. 23 HP, can pull back and eat the berries or something. There's some other berry bushes on this map, right? No? There's not? Okay, I'm lying. There's not. But the Bunny Rabbits do end up dying, and the rest of these units now for Soup will have to pull all the way back home. The Zipler will go down, and the game will continue along. A little bit of good damage from Soup, but the Rappel now will take the opportunity to get some Pantley towers, slowly get him some more Tequila archers to make sure everything's nice and safe. He does have a forward gold mine here, which is a little bit of a weakness for Rappel to have to deal with. Do you throw up some walls here, maybe? Such that the Sompantley Tower... He's not even getting... He's cancelled the Sompantley Towers. Never mind. This is a risky boy How much can he risk it for the biscuit here is the question. Generally speaking, a random sort of heroic age coming in at like 10 minutes when your opponent is spamming units will be met with you getting overwhelmed in a very big way by a ton of units. And then if he gets pushed off of this gold mine, it might be game over here. The Spearman swinging down onto the bottom side, looking for a little something. Spearman on the top. Priests wandering in. And look for any amount of damage they possibly can. Taking down a temple is good. The warrior priest will be able to get away from their 4 HP in a dream. Of course, he does have the Agave Bloom. He is advancing to the next stage. The Tajipla will get converted in 4 HP back up to full HP. That's going to give a little bit of time back for the Rapple to keep himself going. But this is forcing the issue quite a bit. This is kind of the cheese that I'm talking about, but not really. This is, I think Rapple is just being incredibly greedy with his heroic age rather than building any amount of units. Coming up onto the top side now, the warrior priests threaten those Anubites. They get pulled back. Villagers trying to repair back up the temple. What you can get out is Ayatochli, the armadillo. But this gold mine is going to be under attack. We do have the nobles' huts coming down. There's a little bit of gold in the bank. The temple is down, and the units here for Soup, they pull back. Well, Soup could be thinking about going to the heroic age now himself, but I think he should just stick it out in the classical age, go for an overwhelming presence of units, and start and just get the gold staff somehow, some way. He's going to have to deal with the Eagle Warriors. He's going to have to deal with the Earth Monster. He's going to have to deal with the Tailwind. He's going to have to deal with the Agave Bloom as well. As the Slingers shoot and scoot forward, trying to take out villagers on this gold mine as well. As the Warrior Priest coming down. Great control there from Soup. These Eagle Warriors get stronger and stronger as they get more of them. That's the important part. As we do have the Earth Monster getting dropped down there. That's not the best of usages. Honestly, that does... I mean, the units are just going to pop out. It doesn't do a huge amount unless you've got the units in at the end of it. As we do see a Plague of Serpents coming down as a response here, so that he's got something as he pops out of the Earth Monster. The villagers are grabbing that gold. Now the units have to pull back. They're all out. And then a Tailwind to get out of here. That's a... Okay, I'm not gonna try and figure out what Rapple's plan there was, because that did not work out for him in the slightest. As he does get the Tenali from these serpents, it looks like, so he's going to get some favor in himself. Can put the temple down and get himself his Ayatochli out as well. But after all is said and done, now the Eagle Warrior numbers are going to start climbing. We'll see if Soup is going to be able to deal with these Eagle Warriors or not is the big question. They're going to continue to push forward, continue to snipe up onto the top side. We do have a random commission spy getting involved over here. Is that a... Never mind. It's not. Control here from Rapple staying out of range of everything. Back to the main base for the time being here. So many units, however, for Soup, as Rapple has to keep his villagers safe. He will drop the Agave Bloom now as a little bit of a healing spring to some degree. And the army from Soup saying, I'm going to go absolutely insane here. He goes for a crazy push. All the slingers going down. That's on partly towers. The town center, the Agave Bloom. That was an insane push from Soup. And I think Rapple there, without a question in my mind, holds and is in a better spot than he otherwise was in. The one thing that Soup's got going for him right now is he has picked off some villages. He does have slightly more economy than the Quetzalcoatl of the Rapple. To the top side, the Eagle Warriors have got a feeling that something is going awry over here. Now, Soup, I'm pretty sure he saw this if he was staring on the minimap. He's got the obelisks in, but his Eagle Warriors come through. That's going to be some dead villagers. Does he have himself ballistics? He doesn't have ballistics, but it doesn't matter. All the villagers die, and the Eagle Warriors are going to attempt to get back home to safety. We've even got some Coyote Warriors coming through. They really do mix in nicely with the Eagle Warriors, because the Eagle Warriors by themselves beat everything that Rapple is built. Rapple is hiding in the corner of the map. The slingers are circling in. And, well, what are you going to do now, Rapple? You picked off some villagers. Yay for you. But your Eagle Warrior numbers, they are starting to dwindle. Spearman get in to get a couple of pokes off here. How many is he going to actually be able to get away from this, though? Coyote Warriors coming through. There's no good answer for the Coyote Warriors inside of this army either. But Rapple's got to be so careful with how he engages this. As he comes around, he's onto that back line. The Eagle Warrior is getting that damage done now. The attack move coming through from the Rapple. He's just onto that back line. There goes the Ancestors onto this side as well. As the Coyote Warriors trying to take out that back line, not able to do so. Great control onto this position as well. And Rapple taps out as Soup successfully takes out the Rapple's Quetzalcoatl. Turns out the Eagle Warriors, all you got to do to take them out is trap them in the corner, have a whole bunch of Anubites out, and also have no... actually, make sure you kill off the temple so your opponent can't build any more warrior priests. That's the way to go with it. That there is the way to go. You got to make sure you kill off your opponent's temple. Okay, we've learned something. Fantastic. Well played game though from Soup. Caught Rapple a little bit with his pants down. I think this heroic edge from him was incredibly greedy considering his home gold mine position and also the temple position. If he put the temple safe in his base, walled up, and or built his buildings in a way to protect this like this, it probably would have been fine for him. If he built actual units out, like you can go to Kiwa Archer, Coyote Warrior, Warrior Priest, and I think you can more than deal with an Egyptian classical fight, but Rapple doesn't make it work. Soup does, and we will move back to the draft and see what's going to happen in the next game. Alrighty, then a surprising victory from the set there from Soup, but not really that surprising considering it is Soup. He is big brain. He knows how to make something work from nothing. Loki and Thor is going to be our next matchup here, and it is going to be on the map Elysium. It is going to be on the map Elysium. Alrighty. Yeah, there are a couple of things that didn't go quite the way that I've experienced the matchup. For example, Earth Monster being dropped when there's no units there. That was a big strange one. That was one that generally you see units around with Earth Monster because it's going to kill off a whole bunch of your units when you're actually there. That didn't happen. The Tailwind didn't get any value. We used it to keep 3 units alive, which is not what you want out of that Tailwind. Normally, Tailwind is used to engage, take out a bunch of units with a whole bunch of Eagle Warriors or the Coyote Warriors. All right, let's see this one. We've got ourselves a little cheeky wait for our next game. So Loki versus Thor. Now, recently, I I've basically confirmed to myself that I think the best way to play with Norse at the moment in the Norse mirror is Heimdall. If you've got access to Heimdall, I think you've got the advantage in the Norse mirror. But, and this is a big caveat, this is a big but, your opponent can go Freya and can outplay you really hard. In those sort of situations, things can be a little bit different. Big buts, and I can't lie. What I reckon Soup should do here, I reckon he should do the 3-minute. I don't even know if Soup knows about it. It's very much in his wheelhouse. Very, very specific build order with specific force drops in order to make sure that you don't have any idle time. Make sure your temple comes down in time. But you can get a 3-minute advance time roughly with on any map, but it's better on the maps where you have non-aggressive hunt. And you can go and pressure your opponent right off the get-go. But that's right up Soup's wheelhouse. This is the perfect time to drop it against the Loki, especially versus Rappel's Loki. You know, Rappel likes to play the slow game. He likes to play the methodical game. He doesn't like to do any sort of special cheesy strats. He's going to be playing very, very solid, fundamental 9 times out of 10. Whereas Soup, he's got no problems cheesing you to get a dub. He'll come into your game and go, hey, have you seen this cheese? What if I show you this cheese? I've got a cheese from France. I've got a cheese from Germany. Have you seen the cheese from Italy? I've got that one too. And he's just going to keep on showing you different things. And then at some point he'll go, okay, well, have you seen this standard play? Have you seen this Eco Greed cheese as well? Just in case you are confused as to whether or not I'm playing a standard game or not. I'm not. I am eco cheesing you. As the Twitch chat says, what the hell is cheese? And I explain it. Basically, cheese is a strategy that if your opponent knows the counter. Wait, sorry. It's a strategy that does tons of damage, but doesn't work if your opponent knows the counter. That's what it is. In the context of Age Mythology, in the context of StarCraft 2. It's not lame. No, it's a strategy that if your opponent knows the answer, it's not going to get value from. That's the thing. Okay. Or knows the counter, right? If they scout it, they know what to do. It's not going to do anything. All right. Let's check out this next game. We're going in onto the map, Elysium. Let's check it out. All righty then. In the top right-hand corner of the map, Rappel. Up. Oh, down. 0-1. Back against the wall in this best of 3. Can be over in an instant. Playing as Loki. On the bottom side of the map, Soup. He drops the Dwarven Armory. We're not going to be seeing Soup do his pride and joy, his cheese, his aggressive strat in this game. All right. No, I'm not having this. Cheese is not a spectrum. We're not on the autism spectrum here with cheese. Cheese, it's either a cheese or it's not a cheese, okay? Either it's a strategy that can get hard counted or it's not. All right. Fine. Up onto the top side, we got the giraffe. We got the wall regeneration rate. I'm losing my mind here. Full of Appiasis up here as well. Pygmalion statue over onto the right side. Hit points plus 40%. And over onto this side, we have the Harmonia's necklace. Gather rate plus 10%. Some very nice relics, actually. on the map. Boit big cheese tonight. That's... Well, we'll see what sort of a cheese Rappel's going for, because at the moment, all I'm seeing is standard play from both players, as there is no specific single counter for seeing exactly what Rappel is doing, right? He's basically just putting a temple down in his main base, playing slowly, not rushing, right? Just getting villagers out. There's not... If this gets scouted and you see the temple going up, do you know what you're going to think? Oh, I know what the counter to that is, because I know what he's going to do. He's going to the classical age. What am I going to do to counter that one? Well, I'm going to... Oh, wait. Hang on. There's no counter. I have to go to the classical age as well. And then we're still just equal. I've had enough of this. I've had enough of this nonsense. Forseti! Okay, Rappel has lost his mind. He's fallen in love with the Hall of Thanes, Eyes in the Forest Hersa. Recently, Loki has had a little bit of a glow up. He was struggling a little bit as... Well, look, I mean, let's talk the history of Loki. Loki in Legacy, all you did at the start of Legacy was go Heimdall and rush. That was the only strat that anyone kind of knew. Then came along a player, I can't remember his name. Maybe it was like Yelani or something. I can't remember off the top of my head. He came in and he was like, guys, what if instead of going Heimdall, we go the other god? We go Forseti. And instead of building an assortment of Norse units like we've been so used to, making sure we get all the counters in, we just build Hersa. And then was born the Hall of Thanes Hersa strategy for Legacy that lived until the end of 2024. The retold devs looked at this and said, you know what we don't want? We don't want a Civ where you only build one unit and one unit alone. That's not very interactive. It doesn't really have the strategy elements that we like. So they said, we're going to get rid of that strat. But we're going to reward the Loki player with every single unit being able to build or work towards myth units, right? And we're going to give a whole bunch of bonus damage over to those units to encourage players to build units not named Hersa. And they had a whole bunch. They had 20% or maybe 25% bonus damage, 20% bonus damage. Can't remember. A ton of bonus damage. Extra. So like if a unit had 2x bonus, it would go to 2.2 or 2.4x. It got nerfed because it was too strong. It got nerfed again because it was too strong. So it went from 20% down to 10% now. And then people started saying, Loki's really weak. And the devs went, you know what we should do? We should give the Hersa some more speed. Yeah. So now the Hall of Thanes, Hersa strategy is back to some degree. They're moving a little bit slower than on Legacy. They're a little bit less potent than on Legacy, but it is back, and you can go for pure Hersa if you like, mix in a whole bunch of myth units, and live the dream. But luckily for the devs out there that did want to kill that strategy to some degree, you do have to move away from the Hersa at some point. You can't go full Hersa for the entirety of the game like on Legacy. So, good job, devs. That's my story. Thank you for listening. I'm here until the tournament ends today. And that's it. All right, now we've got, there it goes. The Eyes of the Forest is in. This is the upgrade that's been brought into a new light. Become a little bit more expensive. Gives the Hersa an extra 5 speed. Also the Goaty an extra 5 speed. Happy days. Walls are up now on the back here for Supers. He's going to be defending his wood line, making sure that he can defend all of that. And he's spamming units out over onto this side. One amazing counter to mass Hersa that Loki is got to have to be very concerned with, as Soup has gone for Forseti, is the Berserks. Mass Berserks here from from Thor has been a standard as well since the launch of Retold. And is still quite strong, to be completely honest. You get 2 very, very synergistic upgrades when you go for Forseti, which is the Dwarven Breastplate, which gives 15% damage or reduction of vulnerability to hack damage, and you also get your Hall of Thanes as well for this unit. Of course, Loki can also build this unit, but the Thor is having somewhat of the advantage because he's also got all these upgrades associated with it. But then you can also say, well, the Thor and Axemen from Loki are going to be doing bonus damage too because they do 4.4x, so as opposed to 4x. So there is that. Anyways, onwards and upwards as the game continues along. The Hersa pump out. The Soup is sitting out in the middle of the map. And Rappel sees the villagers out here and he says, I would love to be able to attack you, kill you, and make your life very, very tough. As the Dwarven Breastplate does end up finishing there for Soup. He gets another Dwarf. His gold mine is getting mined out very, very quickly here. And Rappel has got a couple of interesting decisions that he can consider here. Decision number one is he can start splitting his army up, looking for some multiple raid attacks, hitting the villagers over here, hitting the villagers over here, and all of that good stuff. We see the Hersa coming in to start working towards extra myth unit spawns. So the way that the myth unit spawns work is, I'll give you one example of the way the myth unit spawns work. If you have a troll, you would multiply or add 160 and 15, or 150, add a 0 to the favor, so 160 plus 150 together, and then you times it by 2, and that's the amount of damage that the Hersa needs to do in order to spawn that, oh, nice micro there from Soup, in order to spawn that myth unit. And that also works on animals here, so every gazelle here is giving 20 points of damage over to the Hersa, so he's going to enjoy that there as well. All right, we got ourselves the Great Hall onto this side. Healing Spring is on the way. We got ourselves a Dwarven Mine actually getting dropped down from Soup as well. I like this play from Soup. He does not need to leave his base just yet. Give him a little bit more time to enjoy the Dwarf advantage that he's got, the Villager advantage that he's got. And we have the Bronze Weapons on the way as well from Soup. As more raiding cavalry coming through. When you look at this army from Rappel, it's looking incredibly terrifying. Soup, for some reason, is just behind on military. Of course, he's been getting upgrades. That's the reason he's behind on military. The upgrades, they give him an extra dwarf, but the dwarf takes a while to pay itself off, right? It's got to be, like, if you're going to go ahead and grab bronze weapons, for example, that's 400 resources. So the dwarf needs to gather for 400 seconds or even more depending on what he's gathering. At the moment 0.94, so 400 seconds to actually catch up on that. So Soup has to sit back, play defense for a very, very, very long time until that all pays off, and then he's going to be okay. Or he can like find an advantage by catching Rappel out, or Rappel can find his advantage by catching Soup out, etc., etc. And onto this point, a little bit of an attack coming in as the raiding cavalry coming through. We do have the dwarves making their way forward as Rappel does see this. Very simply, the dwarves could turn around and just say, I'll go for a little bit of a shanky shank. And he's going to come up onto this gold mine now. And here's the big thing for Soup. He's got Healing Spring still in the bank. He's got dwarves that can shank here as well if he wants to have them. That's perfectly fine and reasonable. Main base here. Chicken's getting eaten. We do have one random herdman coming through. Does it have enough to pick off a unit? It does. But Throwing Axeman goes down. Units swinging around here. Can't leave the dwarves alone. This is such a tense moment. This is exactly what the Norse players, they're so used to this. Like, Norse mirrors are an absolute mess to play from start to finish. Over onto this side, Hersa coming through. Dwarves pull back. Hersa run away. Soup is here to defend. I swear every one of my mods only wants to bully me. That's like every one of them. They're all the same. New mods, leave me alone. I'm just here enjoying an Age of Mythology game. Villagers on the front here from Soup is absolutely wild. Absolutely wild, but he's trying to stay here. He's trying to make this work. Of course, the Healing Spring could get dropped maybe here. You drop it over here, put a building down next to it so it doesn't get stolen. You can put a longhouse and then it doesn't get stolen. And now Soup's actually saying, I want to take this fight. That's wild for him to try this underneath the Healing Spring as well. The military differential is equal for the time being. Healing Springs on the back. Both players are going to be enjoying that, but a line respawn there from Rappel will give him a huge advantage for this fight as the Throwing Axeman going to be scooting backwards. The numbers for Soup are falling drastically here as the Valkyrie spawn also comes in for the Rappel, and this is looking disastrous for Soup as his numbers fall faster and faster and faster. Ursa coming up to the top side to push for that gold mine. There is enough gold, or favor I should say, for another Dwarven mine here if need be. Draugr spawn, Trolls in, Berserk's getting converted over onto this side. The villager differential has come into the Rappel's favor here, and this game looks like it might be going the Rappel's way as he's throwing Axeman pull forward. There's no cave troll in from either player here, actually. They're both missing that cave troll, but definitely for the Loki, missing that one hurts the most because you're going to get, you have a 25% chance in the classical age of spawning a troll for each one of those myth unit spawns, but it doesn't even matter. He's got still ever so slightly the advantage here moving forward, and Soup will be tapping out after a incredibly bloody fight, but that is how the Norse mirror goes. That is how it ends. That is how it begins. It's going to be a tough one regardless, but I just don't accept this charge in here from Soup. With all of those Throwing Axemen, the jockeying and not engaging with infantry, that's the secret. That's the secret to never losing these fights in the classical age. You can't just click attack a move. So always pulling back your front line away from the enemy Throwing Axemen. You allow your opponent to make that mistake as they charge their infantry in, eat a face full of axe, and then you find yourself the win. Basically, the defender has the advantage in other words, so long as they're set up ready to micro. But well played for Rappel, as he does equalize the series 1-1. So we got to head back over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 3. Alrighty, so the Loki win. Our last map is on Giza. And I've got to imagine Rappel's going to be picking the Isis here, which does mean Fushi or Gaia on the table does make some sense. And it's going to be an Isis versus Fushi affair. All right. This one's going to be really interesting. Alrighty. What's this last? This last one was going to be an Isis versus Fushi on Giza. This matchup I'm very interested in watching, especially Soup playing the Fushi side of things because he's very keyed in to my brain has stopped working. He's very keyed into like economic advantages when something changes, like the Kwafu became 2 favor cheaper, but the favor generation rate has changed. He's very keyed into how to maximally gain everything he possibly can and have his advantages where that's concerned. But is that going to be enough versus an Isis that, I mean, realistically right now, I think most ISIS players understand versus China that they are on somewhat of a timer. They've got to go ahead and throw everything at the Fushi and kill the Fushi before it gets into too bad of a position. All right. So we'll see. Did I see the second mine from Soup? I don't. I can't remember. My brain's dead. He definitely could have gone for another mine, but I just think he just didn't need to be so gung ho. No, that's not the right word. He didn't need to pull the trigger so early to take on the Loki army. I don't think he needed to pull the trigger. That's I think that's the point. I think he could have been very, very, very methodical with the back and forth. Has the SatFat set shenanigans made set a popular draft among players? No, I think that people have become very, very aware of Set's weaknesses from that tournament. To be completely honest, I'm very surprised no one picked Demeter on the draft after every week. I think she's the strongest god. We have seen Demeter. I've seen Demeter once, but it wasn't played very well, unfortunately. I think that I'm not sure what's going on the other stream. We do have to remember that Motip is streaming a whole 6 other games. So there was yesterday there was 6 series that I missed. Today there's 6 series that I miss. So there might be more Demeters. If you guys want to check out that after the stream or during the stream, definitely check out his channel. Also shout outs while we're waiting here. Shout outs for Motiba, Soup. Why did I say Soup? Motiba Uros at Wolf Studios for his beautiful design of everything. And also to Mill for his support putting on this event. Without him, there would be no event, as he did foot the bill for the prize pool. So huge thanks to him. And yeah, before we jump into this game as well, let's actually take a little look-see at the bracket and see how the games and the days actually been going. Alrighty then. Here it is. We've got ourselves... Oops. We got ourselves the results a little bit. Unfortunately, that Grass Mosca game did not happen. The Rapple did take out Kavoth in 2. Recon took out Magic in 2. Grass and Recon currently going, and Grass has taken 1 game there, as that's currently live. So if you want to check out Recon playing a little bit more, you can definitely see what's going on there. But a very, very interesting situation arising here is that Recon is yet to drop a series. Grass has dropped a series. If Recon drops to Grass, now we get ourselves a very interesting possibility for the finals. So that series is definitely one to key in on and watch. That's for sure. Other players who have got a chance to get to the finals. Of course, Kavoth has 3 wins, but he does have 2 losses. So technically speaking, Kavoth won't make it to the final. Like if you were to consider just the best player wins all the games, the next player, best player loses 1 game and wins the rest, then and then the next player loses 2 and wins the rest, etc. Then sure. But I don't think that's what we're going to be seeing here. Not in the slightest. But what we are going to be seeing here is we are going to be seeing an ISIS versus Fushi affair on the map Giza. So let's stop talking about it and check it out as we jump into game number 3, the Decider. And off to the races we go into the right-hand corner of the map. Rapple playing as ISIS. On the left-hand corner of the map, Soup playing as Fushi. We are on a somewhat interesting Giza map. It's back Hunt, back Gold Mine, but it's sort of open, but there's a cliff and a pyramid here to defend. There's a cliff and a pyramid to defend. There's a big fat forest to the cliff as well. So, I mean, to some degree, Rappel's gold mine is a little bit more open than Soup's is, but it is going to be a defensive in Giza. We also get only one rhino on the second town center. That's generally worse for the ISIS, I would say. If the ISIS gets 2 rhinos on her second town center, is generally really enjoying that. But yeah, this is really interesting to me, and mostly is because on the previous patch, my feelings with where ISIS was sitting against Fushi was that this was one of the pretty good matchups for ISIS. You definitely have your timings available to you. You can definitely punish a greedy Fushi. You can also fight a Fushi who's playing not greedy, and you can find your wins, right? But on this patch, after the changes, I don't know where this sits. This is going to be my first look into the Fushi versus China affair. And, well, like I said, I love watching Soup. Whenever something new happens, he's already got his build order looking perfect. He's got that Peach Blossom Spring. He went for an early temple. He skipped his house for a little bit, dropped that a little bit later. Looking very, very good. And I need to flipperoonie this because apparently I forgot to. And it's going to be fixed. There you go. As now the Ullr's legendary boat comes through for... Wait, did he go early on that? I don't even know. Anyways, he's grabbing the relics like he loves to. We have the Zhui. How do I say this? Zhao Coatl? No. Zhu. No, I've got nothing. I've still got a ways to go. Myth units have bonus damage versus other myth units. I love that relic here for Soup. That's going to be really helpful against like Ancestors, Eclipse, or something like that. I kind of doubt Rappel's going to go that way. He might go for the Sobek or all that other good stuff. Other relics on the map, there is the Hecates, still don't know, Torch, making God Powers a little bit easier to use, ahead of Orpheus as well with the line of sight +8. Shea Coadle. That doesn't sound right. Shai? That doesn't sound right either. Like I know what the sound of Aztecian language is. All right, we got Juan Nu and we have Anubis as the prosperity coming down. I got to say, this is my least favorite version of this prosperity. ISIS does not need to drop this prosperity down, but Rappel loves it because it allows him to get the second town center up, allows him to get out an extra 2 priests, and that's kind of it. Well, 3 priests, I guess. That's it. And he gets his obelisk started. He can wander over and put his town center down, and he's going to have a good time with it. That's why he likes it, so that he can actually get the map lit up, make his opponent have to spend time killing off all the obelisks, and all the other good stuff that happens with it, where that's concerned. As the Soupster moves over and grabs his silo on the back, eating that hunt as fast as possible. Armory. That's not an armory. That's a village center. Soup and his soup ways. The guy will try anything. I told you, he loves a good cheese. He'll cheese you with military cheese. He'll cheese you with technology cheese, and he'll also cheese you with cheesy cheese. This is what we call an economic cheese, because if your opponent has any idea that it's going on, they will be able to make a reaction that is going to be very, very good. And we do see the Nubite comes through, spots the village center, and well, Rappel now knows what's going on. But we'll see. Maybe this isn't an economic cheese. Maybe it's just there's not really good counters. I don't know. As the villagers will come back over onto this spot. The Chillin comes over here, going to knock down all these. How many obelisks has he placed? He's got 13 obelisks. All he wants to do is just have map hacks. Just like, I tried to pay for the map packs, but the person selling them scammed me, and I got left with obelisks I've got to set up around the map. That's what he gave me. I paid $30 for this game, and they didn't come with map packs. I'm upset. Is that... Scammed. All right. We got Obelisk still going down as the Pioneers into the middle here. Gonna try and get a couple more smacks off, but he will pull back into his main base. And it kind of looks like to me that Soup is trying to get to the heroic age here as well. I'm not really sure. He's got a lot of gold in the bank. A lot of villagers now on wood too. On the flip side here, Rappel, he does build out a whole bunch of spearmen. Putting the walls up all over the place as well because he knows that there's potential for White Horse Cavalry and all the other good stuff. Thanks, Nifty Future. Appreciate the kind words, man. All right, we got Machine Workshop coming up from Soup as well. I see a Nubites dive forward. One villager goes down. Nice find there from the Rappel as he sneaks into the main base. You can't really kill off the Kwafu here with two Anubites. As this Najjar is just desperately going, get back here, Anubite. I want to poke you with my pointy stick. I mean, yeah, it is a pointy stick. That's what's there. All right. And Soup will pull back into his main base for the time being. He's still just has a lot of resources in the bank. I'm not sure what his plan is with everything. He could go for a market, buy some food to get him to the next age, but that cuts down his gold, which means, well, he has to come over here to put the stuff down, and Rappel is going to be attempting to lock that all off. Machine Workshop for Soup does seem very, very important here. So villagers will continue to try and eat all of this hunt, but that there is Divine Books. I imagine the upgrade will come through as well. So the villagers will bail out on this side. The Chillin does help keep the villagers alive for a little bit as the Divine Books attachment comes in. The villagers get vanished to try and keep those alive as the Spearmen coming up. And this is just Soup just trying so hard here to cheese out something. Like, he's trying to get himself to the next age. He's got, look at all the resources in the bank. As there goes the Fire Archers. Definitely wants a heroic age. He doesn't have a market. He doesn't have an armory. He doesn't have any ability to get there. Fire Archers versus Spearmen here is not going to be working out too well with those Plague of Serpents coming down, and Soup will retreat all the way back into his main base for the time being as those Fire Archers continue to shoot and scoot, doing what they can. Good amount of damage there as the Serpents taking some damage. Going to clean those up slowly, but still no advance here from Soup. He's actually going Gormang on the main town center. I mean, it is safer. You don't want to go on this one and then it gets killed randomly, but it is in his main base. I feel like if you're losing your village center in your main base, you've got worse things to worry about than just a heroic age getting cancelled. The Gormang on the way, and Nephthys on the way for Rappel. And Rappel here, he's going to be basically looking to lock this gold mine off. He's got all the obelisks around the other sides though, so there is another option here for Soup to just wander forward and throw up a ballet or two here. Be a way for him to get to his next gold mine. As the Slingers will try to come in and take out some Fire Archers as Soup picks off the Serpent. I mean, yeah, a fast mythic might work, but he just doesn't have any gold left. There's no gold, so he needs to put a ballet down, and then he has to get probably about 600, 700, 800 gold in from trading. He's got a whole bunch of wood, so I guess he can do it. as the Koafu make their way forward. And, well, the units for the Rappel can swing around here. I don't think they're going to deny this. Pioneers are in. Najar is in. Ballet, 15 seconds from completion as the Fire Arch is getting that damage done. And there is not going to be a denial of second gold mines on this day as the Migdol's coming up from the Rappel. I actually wouldn't be surprised to see Rappel just click Thoth here. Thoth makes a lot of sense. It does, because there's not really a whole lot that Soup can do at the moment. He can get himself Shaft Mine, maybe another Ballet down for safety's sake. Siege works, though, from the Rappel as Rappel says, no, I want to kill him. He's getting all the upgrades. That is Levy Migdols, Levy Barracks. He's going Heavy Spearman. He's getting himself the Camel Rider upgrade. So Tawu gets brought back. There's the Forest Protection, so everyone starts getting healed up on this Lush Forest Protection. I don't know what you want to call it. Anyways, I would like to see another Ballet coming down here from Soup. I think that makes a lot of sense. He does also need to start thinking how he's going to deal with Camel Riders. Normally the answer is Halberdier. You could also go Dow. Try and get to the Mythic Age and make Tiger Cav. Kid Goku, Teen Gohan. Do you think this is Teen Gohan? I guess, kinda. Camel Riders into the main base. The villagers will simply turn around and start shanking. Villager move attack. Villager attack move is back, and I couldn't be happier. One villager down for a Camel Rider is a good trade. The rest of the villagers need to get back to work, however. Still no Ballet down from Soup is making me very, very nervous for him here. The difference in military is stark as now we see another Ballet from Soup. I would have liked to see it on the front, but on the back is fine. Is this scouted from Rappel? Yes, it is. But there's not going to be any way to really stop that one just yet as the White Horse Cavalry trying to sneak through, but the Camel Riders are in hot pursuit. To some degree, this is just a distraction play. He can literally just run around the map with his 6-speed White Horse Cavalry for a very, very long time here. As Soup going to be distracting with his white... Wow, that's such a smart play, but Rappel pays attention, turns around. 2 villagers go down. So some revenge fire on the way from Soup as he's going to pull back. And we'll see if this Mythic Age or something can come in. Rappel is now at full population. He is ready for his attack. He's got Ancestors. He's got all the Priests. He's got everything he needs. Machine Workshop on the front. Going to be coming down 2 Machine Workshops. Still no military camp to attempt to deal with these heavy Camel Riders. This is not looking great for the Superstar. Not in the slightest. As the Taowu does a drive-by, but does get caught in the process. Gets taken out. Siege Tower is going to be pushing in to take out the Machine Workshop and everything else. It's just such a small amount of units comparatively for Soup. Does he have any military camp up? No, he doesn't. There's so many resources in the bank here. Now a military camp coming up onto the backside as those Fire Archers. What are you supposed to do here? Ancestors does come down. Siege Tower is pushing through as the Guafu. What do? Do you turn around and start attacking? I don't know. And it's looking like the Rappel is simply put just going to be able to push through here and just take everything out. Ballet down. Other Ballet going to be falling shortly after, and Soup does tap out, and that there is going to be the victory for Rappel, and he does win in 3. And it's just a comeback here. It's Soup not quite able to break the ISIS. Rappel got what he wanted in this game for sure. Unfortunately for Soup, he sort of misread this. Didn't make himself those very all-important halberdier. He's got a lot of resources in the bank to make them as well, but unfortunately just did not have the infrastructure in place, and he could not hold the big push. Nonetheless, well played from Rappel. Let's jump into the next series. We've got, I think, one more for today. Not exactly sure. Jump over to the main menu and see what's happening. And it's going to be Mini Eddie versus the Rappel. All right, I'm doing Mini Eddie and Rappel now. Okay, no worries. Where is it? There it is. Fantastic. So we will quickly set this up. This Firefox coming in with some sort of ISIS C tier, I heard. My guy watches a game where someone doesn't build a counter unit, gets killed, and says ISIS C tier. Then again, I did say at the start of that one that I did think that ISIS versus Fushi is a playable matchup for ISIS. So that's how it works. All right, these guys have got a little bit of time to draft, so I'm going to pop you over to Modibus stream for just a little bit until we... Thank you for the gifted sub as well. Appreciate you, my friend. Thank you so much. I'm going to jump over to Modibus stream, and we'll be back with Mini Eddie and Rappel in a very short amount of time.
Therma trying to put some pressure on this manner for Recon.
I missed that with all the commotion. The Citizen car ballistic kill is huge. We've got a couple of Mamilo down the bottom side for grass. They have sniped a Citizen or two, maybe three, and they're just looking for some cheeky raids while all the other shenanigans are going on. A Calcum Mail coming through for grass. Contarius in the queue. Recon still going into his Mamilo.
Grass is searching for some bits of damage here with his Murmillos, running around trying to see what's happening on this side of the map, but there is absolutely nothing to pressure here. And Recon has his army positioned quite forward offensive, I would say, on that forward town center for Grass. Grass now taking out, probably looking to take a fight here. Recon does
Fight's
have...
coming in.
I think Recon's army is just bigger here.
Contarius on the backline on those car ballastas, that's going to be huge. But even on the backline, if your front lines isn't enough, then it will be going down. Both players looking like they're holding strong. Who's going to come out ahead of this? Paladria hopping around. They need to be healing up some of these units. There's car ballasts that go down from the Contarius, and all those units from Recon get demolished. But it was a very close fight in the end.
I think Grass did a great move. Even though he had smaller numbers, he did manage to get his two Contarius onto the backline and snipe all the Caro Ballista without Recon reacting at all. That has to hurt him, and now Grass is on the offensive. He is going to be able to probably get Recon off of this gold mine, but this gold mine expired, so it's not going to matter that much.
Another big fight on the front here. Mamilo going to town. Valor is caught upon.
I have to say, Grass is actually doing a great job sniping those Caro Ballistas with only two Contarius. And these Contarius are still healthy and going. There is a cheeky raid on the gold mine of Grass, but there is a palace there, so that's not going to be a problem. Horns of Concentration also in for the Grass, and now this palace is going to be pushed by Grass. There is a behemoth too, so that is going to go down extremely fast, and all the citizens in there are going to get killed. There is 6 citizens in here, And that has to hurt. They're trying to make their run for it, but the units are already onto them. And all of those should go down, but Recon is going for a counter raid on this position. Grass with the fast reaction is able to pull back. Not really. He's gonna look. Oh my god, great catch by Recon. Absolutely amazing
Both
catch.
players trying to get that third town center up. The deconstruct is put onto that palace, and all those citizens are forced to flee. They're jumping into the manor and they're jumping out.
Recon also lost all 6 citizens that were on this position trying to run away. Grass did a good job sniping those, and now he's gonna be pressuring onto the back town center of Recon. Recon decides to go into mass Arcus here, which is interesting.
Now Recon wants some revenge. All his citizens are chasing down the Kyra Balancer. He's got 9 citizens here trying to go after that. And the Kyra Balancer will be falling. A big fight on this front side. Lots of Arcus, lots of Mamillo in. And it looks like they'll be able to clean up the Mamillo army from Grass. But Grass, he's got hordes of creation, hordes of concentration, and he's starting to build those fanatics.
While that was happening, Recon did a great job with the raids on the back. He does have a significant numbers of Murmillos trying to chase all the villagers down. He did manage to kill quite a lot on that forward gold mine of Grass in the right side. And here he's gonna be greeted by some of Grass's army that was left after the big fight, and Recon has to bail. But Grass kinda needs units and not techs, and he's taking the techs. He has to go up in pop, or else it's gonna be extremely hard to hold here. He might as well just leave this town center be. I think that's the good approach here. It's not the end of the world if he does lose this town center. All the villagers are safe, and they did manage to get out.
He's going to be trying to defend this town center minimally, trying to get a couple kills and probably retreat. He's Grass also got some Mamillo on the backside, trying to look for a cheeky raid. Yep, we see him retreating from this town center. He's actually choosing to fight this quite a bit. I'm not sure why. He doesn't have this military to fight this. Kantarius in the queue for him, Fanatics in the queue.
It doesn't seem it's the worst fight for him, but he is gonna lose on sheer number basically, and Recon will be pushing here. There is a raid on this position as well that Grass managed to defend with a couple of Kantarius and destroyers. And now Recon has taken a third town center and seems like he's in a driving seat right now.
He wants to take the 4th town center. He's
Indeed.
very low on gold, lots of food and wood in the bank. Meanwhile, Grass has exceptional spending, all those resources very, very low.
Grass is gonna go and try to deny the town center. Villagers spotted and bail out this position. There is a fortress palace actually that they can garrison into and be absolutely fine. And that's exactly what Recon is gonna do.
Well. Have you guys been enjoying the tournament? If you've been really wanting to watch the rest of that game, well, you can check it out on Motipa's channel. Yeah, give him a follow, give him some love. Also, make sure that you hit the flipperoonie here so that you see that Rappel is on the left side, not the right side. You do have ourselves a very interesting matchup here for our next and last series for the day. That's the story I've got. We do have, do I have a game room? Yes, I do. Okay. So let's talk about it. Why am I not playing? I'm casting. If I was not casting, then I would probably be playing, but I'm casting. Can't do both. It's too hard. I don't even think I'm in the top 8 anyways, right? I wouldn't have got an invite. All right, let's talk about this. We've got the Quetzalcoatl. Actually, we've got the set ban from Rappel. We've got the Huitzilopochtli ban from Mini Yeti. Rappel grabs Quetzalcoatl. And then Mini Yeti takes Amaterasu Fushi. Then the Rappel takes Zeus and Thor. Mini Yeti grabs his new Tezcatlipoca. and then a Loki pick for the Rapple. Alrighty. How are we going? Are we off to the races yet or not? Looks like the answer is not just yet. All right, let's have a little cheeky look at the bracket before we jump into this game. So after all is said and done, not a huge amount of change here. Unfortunately, yeah, we did have to miss out on the Mosca games, but so that's going to shorten our day down quite significantly today. It's not really Mosca's fault. He just got he's got no power. Is what it is. He's having an absolutely banger tournament as well. He hasn't lost yet. Recon as well hasn't lost yet, but he was looking kind of shaky in that game versus Grass. He's playing Kronos versus Gaia, and it only gets worse the longer the game goes on in that matchup. So that's some scariness for sure. But what's happening here? Why are we not having this? All right, looks like they're going to start. Okay. Recon did lose the first game, but the second game he looks not too crash hot. All right, let's jump back over to this and let's see if Rapple and Mini Eddie have actually played versus each other as well. Looks like they haven't. This will be one of their first times in actual tournament that they played. I know they played against each other in scrims, in practice and stuff like that. Little known fact, while Mini Eddie does indeed have a French flag, he is actually living in Canada. So there you go. A little bit of trivia knowledge for you if you ever come down to the Age of Mythology Tavern on a Thursday night. We do hold Age of Mythology Trivia Night. Bring your friends. You can win a $20 drink voucher for a tankard of ale. Just kidding. I don't know where that tavern is, but it would be good though. We should do it. Maybe we do it in Athens. All right, main menu. No, back to the drafting menu, and let's talk about this because we got the game starting, or already started actually. Alrighty. Well, I kind of lied. In 4 minutes, John Tomas's family Tawin. I like that. That's good. That's real good. We really should. Okay, I'm going to do this. I think this would be really fun. We should do a trivia night. I'll make a trivia thing up. You can't even look this stuff up because, well, it's all up here. It's all up here. It's not online. You can't look this stuff up. Like if I was to ask you okay, we've got 3 minutes. Who was the Australian top vanilla player who lived in Newcastle? He was prominent around. No, I'm not even going to give you that. He was prominent from some point to some point. AOL Berserker, incorrect. AOM King, incorrect. Boit, incorrect. It's an Australian from Newcastle. I'm from Port Macquarie. There you go. That's a freebie there. That's not on the test. It's not on the test. I think AOM King is American. America. Berserker is Canadian. Berserker did live. Actually, all right. Wait, is he? Steve Irwin? No, his name was Spoink. Spoink. He was a top Age Mythology player in like 2009, I think. 2009, 2010. He was a player that I actually trained with the most, which is funny. All right. how about another one? What was I going to say? Seeing as AOL Berserker came up, AOL Berserker, he is one of the best Age Mythology players to have ever played the game. He consistently came in very, very highly in the tournament circuit in around 2012. He is Canadian and good friends of Magic. However, he married a woman from a different country and moved there. Which country is that? Japan, incorrect. Thailand, Spain, incorrect. Australia, Skelly boy, well done. Australia, yay. Skelly boy. Well, that's it. I don't know if he's still in Australia, actually. I haven't heard from him in a while. What was the name of the 4th Egyptian unit from the barracks on Extended Edition? The Kopesh. Fresh Kopesh. See, I've got this. I know. I've got the trivia questions. I've got them. Fresh Kopesh. I remember that. Somebody had that name. Maybe that was me. Whoops. Smurf's getting revealed. A unit I am very happy to never have to see again. Thank you to whomever designed that unit. Thank you whomever requested for that unit to be designed. Mister. Sorry, that's just a rumor. I don't know if we actually did or not. A question for me, Boit. Okay, go on. In 2008-ish, who hacked ESO ladder for number 1 on the... Oh. These are things that don't matter. These are things that don't matter. I don't remember that. Pepino. Was it Pepino? Okay. I'm going to lock in Pepino. That's my guess. We've got a game here, guys. Off to the races we go. On the map, Step. Let's step in onto Step. I love that saying. Let's go. And we're back with, I think, my final series of the day. I don't know what else is going on, but after this series, there are still some more happening on Motiba's channel. So don't go nowhere after this one finishes. We'll be raiding Motiba, but make sure you stick around, say good day, and give him your love while you watch the rest of these games. In the left-hand corner, for today's final series on the Boit channel, on my channel, that's me. It's the Rapple, playing as Quetzalcoatl. And it is Mini Eddie playing as Fushi. So we'll see how this is all going to go. We've got some relics over onto this side. There is the Eye of Horus, +4 population there. Onto the bottom side of the map, there is the Harmonious Necklace, which is +10% there for the gather rate of gold. Over onto this right-hand corner, we've got Zhurang, +10 per second there, regeneration rate. And finally, we have the Hermes' Winged Sandals, movement speed, +5 for the heroes there. That's always nice. We'll see what Mini Yeti is going to come up with here. Mini Yeti not copying the soup opener. Actually, just going to go with only 2 Kwafu, it seems. Temple coming up. I actually kind of like this build. I like this idea to some degree, maybe even more than the soup idea. Faster advance time, for one. Means earlier pressure, able to defend yourself. I think it's faster advance time. I could be wrong. But nonetheless, We got the pioneers and things like that to start coming through. Look at this. Look at this beautifully defended position. I'm pretty sure the warrior priest can kind of come in here and cause some problems, but still, I don't think that's what Rappel is going to be going for. Rappel's going through Pat Cattle here as those villagers are having some issues trying to wander around this Kalpuli. He does have his livestock pen. I am asking questions about why the livestock pen isn't right on top of this wood line, but it's not. So don't ask me why, I don't know. But what the good thing is here about grabbing a livestock pen and having it shared with your wood line or your gold mine, for example, is that you get even more turkeys. Yes, you get less resources, but more turkeys faster. It's not a terrible thing. Apparently we have to put Rappel in jail for this. This is, I'm okay with that. I think that's a fair comment. Put the Kalpuli on the wood line. It's not okay. It's not okay. As the warrior priest coming in, villagers will pull back as the military camp trying to come through over here. We do have this random pioneer that has been kind of caught out up onto the top here. The bunny rabbits going to town. He is attacking a gazelle. Makes sense. As the unit's charging forward, the bunny rabbit is not going to be long for this world. I like the idea of sacrificing HP early on with the bunny rabbit only to run around and then start eating your opponent's berries. But losing the bunny rabbit for just a little bit of idle time, I don't like that at all. Military camp, though, coming in from Mini-Yeti now, as he does have out some Dow swordsmen. And that's going to be enough to scare Rappel off. At the very least, he's going to be getting a Tajipla out. Unfortunately, you can't stop the Tajipla from converting without first killing said Tajipla, as the villagers will run from it for the time being. And this other one is going to get brought all the way back as a couple more smacks in, and that's going to be taking that one out. Nice play from Mini-Yeti. Also gets himself the military camp attachment there, the tower attachment, as the villagers, one gets sniped there from the Tajipla as it does end up dying. Nice spot there from the Rappel. The game will continue along as... And is he moving? Wait, what? No. What are you doing? Just build another Kalpuli. I can't. No. I don't accept it. Rappel was already in jail, but now he's getting put into solitary confinement for those decisions. All right. Warrior Priest will sneak around the side here looking for a little something. We do have a couple of Javelineers coming through as Mini-Yeti is looking for pressure at the moment. He's got his almost dead Yatza. This guy, let's see what he can do. Lots of favor in the bank, actually, from Mini-Yeti as well. I'd love to see almost losing a village. He keeps that one alive. I'd love to see Mini-Yeti building, even though there are a lot of Warrior Priests, building Yatza out. Because the Warrior Priests are too slow to catch up to the Yatza. So this thing is going to be very, very useful for just raiding for the entirety of the game. Oh! Mini-Yeti says, I see your gold mine on the front, and I see that you are maybe not going to be playing games with me like I want. You're going to be trying to do some cheeky stuff. What if I just put a tower attachment on your face? Another Tajipla coming in from the Rappel here as well. But the tower attachment is in. He just wants to wait out that Tajipla. But of course, you don't want to lose the military camp here. And to be honest, this damage is not that much, especially if you just come in and smack it down and he takes it out. No problems there. As now the tower is up and the villagers need to bail from this gold mine. I love this play from Mini-Yeti. Forward gold mine, eat a tower. Build some units. Mini-Yeti says build some units and defend yourself. We're not going to be playing no fast heroic shenanigans in this game. Military camp coming over onto this side to lock off the left gold mine. We do have some villages in the center of the map. Whole bunch of Ocelotl warriors are coming through. Ocelotl warriors are a more premium unit than the Dao swordsman in many, many different ways, except for fighting against each other. And this guy does 12.5 hack damage per second with 182 HP, but it's 3 population and costing 3 population worth of resources. Whereas the Dao swordsman is at 7.5. It's got a lot. We will be seeing the lightning weapons to come through here as the agave bloom is down to keep these units alive, but that doesn't matter. You can have all the healing in the world if you like. We will see Tailwind getting dropped, and Mini Yeti says, okay, no worries. I will turn. I will fight. I have to fight. Tailwind is going to make me lose all my units. And I think now Rappel can move forward, and the villagers, they specialize in shanking down towers. As this is considered a tower here, it got a couple of shots off, but after all is said and done, 300 points of damage before it's dead. And I think Rappel is good to go now. He's gotten out of his misery here, but Mini Yeti keeps Rappel in. He keeps Rappel in the classical age, which I think is what he wants. Now he's going to be going into Son of Long. Villagers get a bonus against towers. Yeah, so all towers. So that would be the Tsompantli Tower. That would be your regular sentry towers. All variants of those as well. And then the tower attachments. I don't think I'm missing anything. I think that's it on the bonuses. You don't get any bonuses versus... Ooh, nice little raid. You don't get any bonuses versus... whatchamabuckets. Castles or anything like that. So villagers pulling back. They will turn around, get some shanking. Nice attempt at some micro there from Mini Yeti, but he will end up losing both those villagers as the Yahtzer is in. Does have all the upgrades on those as well. As the Ocelotl warrior will run to the edge of the earth. Does Mini Yeti... Wait. He's attack moving over here. Okay, he's searching for it, but we'll see if he can get there in time. I don't think he can. I'd love to see some fire archers here, to be honest, from Mini Yeti, but he's not going for it. Instead, just pure Dao swordsman. Temple is back up for the Rappel as he knows he needs his Tajipla to deal with those Yahtzer now. Feast of Sustenance from the Rappel also coming through. How many goats does he have? Do you sack? No, surely you... Is he actually grabbing this right now? Normally this is I would consider Feast of Sustenance a mid-game-ish tech. Once you're at 50 plus villages, grab that tech and you've got yourself your farm set up around a Kalpuli, a livestock Kalpuli. Just send the, right-click the Kalpuli onto the temple and then just have that constantly boosting up your economy. But nonetheless, units coming through over onto this side. Can the Dao swordsman deal with all of these Ocelotl warriors is the big question. There's a lot more military out at the moment for Mini Yeti. His one Yahtzer is doing work as it's finally going to get targeted down. The lack of awareness there from Rappel was very, very spicy. I'm not sure what was going on there. He's not able to beat the Ocelotl warriors. The Yahtzers do end up perishing. And Mini Yeti has to pull back again. I still am where is the machine workshop? He's going to grab the Peach Blossom Spring for the time being, but where is the machine workshop? I know you don't want to build fire archers because there's potentially going to be eagle warriors that are going to come in, but marker coming up from Mini Yeti on the back. Looks like he's trying to get to the next age. Finally, a machine workshop in. All these Ocelotl warriors are out. Does he have any upgrades for them? Nope, just the one PS upgrade is now Rapple will just move up and grab this gold mine in the center of the map. Everyone's decides to the warrior priest coming. It doesn't die. It does get picked off before it converts. Nice awareness there from Mini Yeti. Nubar is pre-queued for Mini Yeti at the moment. I think the idea has to be Tal TA to some degree. I don't really know, but Tal TA to take out the Ocelot Warriors, I guess, makes some sense. You also have the upgrade too, but the problem is that this Peach Blossom Spring is going to be done. He's going to have to come onto a gold mine, going heroic age, not getting a very big god power when you hit the heroic age. That hurts. That's the turkeys. They are. He's going to do it. He's just going to use the turkeys he's making now from this Cal pulley. Pop them into the temple on repeat. I like that idea. I think this is nice. You can sacrifice all the goats if you want. Basically, if you get to the heroic age, you don't need goats anymore. Once you have the second tier of Aztec farm upgrades, you really don't need to eat the goats. Just farm is fine. Put the rest of the goats into the temple, and then all of the goats that come from your Cal pulley, just put them into the temple for a big boost of resource gain. Tia is now out. The Nubar is in. This one military camp over here does get spotted as the Ocelot Warriors say, I would like to kill you now. So the Imperial Academy is going to be going down as where to next for Mini Yeti. 12 Fire Archers. A ballet coming down. The time being spent here for Mini Yeti is time not being spent denying the heroic age, denying this gold mine. I feel like now, with all those fire archers and good micro, he should be able to break out of this. He should be able to take out this position. Maybe. Especially if he drops down the drought onto these units, takes off like 10% of the HP for the duration. Could be very, very useful. Did they go stealth on traps? I don't think so. Maybe they do. Anyways. Boit is coming in now, though. And that changes everything, because Rappel's got an army. The fact that he has an army here means that this god power that he gets is very, very, very strong. If you don't have an army, it's not a very good god power. But if you do, then it is. It's the Tautier coming through. The archers, you got to be careful with them. You don't want them to get blown up here as the Coyote Warriors onto the backside. We do see some nice micro there from Mini Yeti as the drought does get dropped down. The units for Rappel will lose a lot of HP here, a lot of maximum HP here. And Rappel decides he wants to take the fight for a little bit too long, finally deciding to run away. He does have a lot of favor there. That's a big, big spend of favor. As he's going to pull back, we see it immediately. The military camp getting dropped down here so that he can get some tower shenanigans happening too. As now the heroic age is in for the Rappel. He's going to be able to start making himself those deadly Eagle Warriors, as well as whatever else he wants. But the villagers are up onto that gold mine over there. As now into the stealth there, the Ocelot Warriors get a huge boost as they jump out of it. And this Earth monster is going to be devastating here. But Rappel isn't... Well, he's got to pull back. He's got to pull everything back because they all pop out here. And man, you just see everything dying. Huge for the Rappel here as Mini Yeti has to figure out, okay, what do I do next? More Fire Archers, more Dow. But there will inevitably be Eagle Warriors coming through now for the Rapple. A little bit of a raid coming in. So the White Horse Cavalry will poke and run and poke and run. Machine Workshop coming down as well. It's 53 villages, 54 villages to 50. So still very close, even though there's a 1,000 resource difference from everything and after everything is said and done. I think it's still very, very close. White Horse Cavalry is going to be a thorn in the side of Rapple for a very long time, it seems. He's going to actually lose it as he's chasing down the villager on the back. And the White Horse Cavalry will get... Oh, wait. No. 4 HP to Dream. He does have some way to heal. He can build a Sage and heal that up. On the side here, we've got the Huang Di pre-queued as Mini Eddie says, I think I can hold whatever you send my way. Let me stop building units. I got all the gold in the world. Let me get to the Mythic Age. Get myself a Yinglong and then erase your army with said Yinglong. Alrighty, units coming in onto this position. As the ballet coming up does get hit by the Otochli. These guys are crazy siege weapons. The army numbers, simply put, are not here. They are not here for Mini Eddie as Rapple is charging through and he's got all of the initiative right now. Villagers pulling back over onto this side. I mean, he's got a gold mine over here. He's about to be able to advance to the next age, but is it going to be enough is the question as the Tochli barrels forward. Villagers over here, they're going to start trying to at least take down the Tochli so he can survive here as the Eagle Warriors will pick off all of that back line, and he gets his Mythic Age off. He's advancing, but he's got no gold. Villagers over onto this side as the Tajipla turns to the town center and says, I'd like to zap your guys. He's got a little bit more time left on the Tajipla. I don't know how many more shots that's actually going to be, but Coyote Warriors coming over on, or not Coyote Warriors, Ocelot Warriors coming over onto this side as the villagers for Mini Yeti will sneak into the corner. He's got a random villager here on gold. One random villager on gold is all you need. No, he needs a lot more. I think Mini Yeti is in a very, very difficult spot here. The one saving grace for Mini Yeti is that Rapple only has 2 warrior priests out at the moment. However, Rapple is smart and he's up to his 2nd temple. So he's ready to spam out those warrior priests if need be. Jiang Xia to come through. This is obviously a goldless costing thing. Once this side silo gets grabbed, these Ocelot Warriors just chilling over here to take out the Imperial Academy. And Jalodl, the god of choice here for the Rapple, as a random great temple in the center of the map. He needs that before he advances. The temple for Mini Yeti is going to go down. That hurts a little bit. Onto this side, the Otochli gets sent packing. Rapple will push forward, gets a couple of picks off there, and there goes the Huang Di as the dragon. The dragon is in. The villagers will get zapped. At least some revenge fire to come through, as now the warrior priest will be hunting down this dragon. You just have to enjoy a couple of kills and then say, all right, we got enough. Let's bail out on this. But now all of the units coming over here, this gives Mini Yeti the opportunity he needs. He needs to get out of his base, over onto this gold mine. The Jalodl is still not quite in, as this great temple has been forgotten about. And the Yinglong will be able to get out of here for the time being. I mean, maybe the warrior priest gets a little bit of damage. He does have the speed advantage by a little bit, but it's it doesn't really end up mattering that much. Oh, great haul in the middle of the map does get spotted. 2 Kuafu onto this gold mine? Why not go here? That's a wild decision. Do we see the warrior priest? There's 4 warrior priests. Is that going to be enough? This is mainly Wuzu Javelineers. It's a very, very weak army for Mini Yeti. Now, the saving grace here is that he does have Searing Point from that technology. Can't remember what it's called. Mr. Javelineers are like, let me kill off your warrior priest. I can't do anything else. Villagers will come over onto the boars. And somehow, some way, Mini Yeti is still fighting in this game. Somehow, some way. Scorching Feathers. That's the one, yeah. But Town Center coming up. The warrior priests are coming through. Apple is happily taking a little bit of a slow... Trust Mini Yeti to have these villagers in the corner here. Like, why would they not be there? Of course they'd be there. It makes perfect sense. Mini Yeti is indeed not making villagers. Don't ask me. I don't think that's on purpose, but maybe it is. But up over onto this side. Great Temple coming through. The big problem is that Gelotl is going to be in. That's Soul Guides. Huge myth units for the Mythic Age. It's also a whole bunch of very, very strong God Powers. Not God Powers. A whole bunch of very, very strong technologies as well. And a volcano, right? Why is Mini Yeti not building a temple? Don't know. He probably should build a temple. The potatoes, as Super affectionately calls them, are incredibly strong. They are a must-build unit. 51 is the right number of villages. Okay, we'll lock that in. No worries. Gelotl in. We're just moving over onto this gold mine. There is a healthy amount of warrior priests. And the fireballs coming down. You can do some wiggle micro here. It is possible to sit in here and not take any damage from the warrior priest if you really want to micro up. And it means you can't really do anything else. You are occupied basically spamming back and forth. There's now some... Oh man, I don't even know what this is called. Corrupted ground comes down. Of course you have to run from this. You cannot fight on the corrupted ground. And the units will pull back all the way. They're still affected by corrupted ground for quite some time. As the Yinglong turns, that's also there having some issues as the Javelineers will turn and get a little bit of damage done. Both of the town centers now starting villages again. It's about equal on the villager count, but Rappel is very far ahead on military. We do see Torch of Misfortune. There's also Twisted Limbs coming through as well. Oh. I don't know how well the Soul Guide goes by himself. How much damage? 100 damage. And then 40. And then he will get a Deuterino out of it, right? Oh, never mind. You have to kill the dude to get the... Oh, there it is. There he is. Slal Canex Quimili. Well, that's a... Why do they have to do this to me? It's so hard to say everything. Yeah, the way to use that God Power, by the way, it is very strong. Like, the God Power is incredibly strong. You have to combine it with Tailwind as Quetzalcoatl. So you Tailwind in, you surround the enemy, you drop the God Power, you say thank you very much for playing, your units are all dead, I win the game. That's the best way to use it. The other guy that has it, I think, is it Tezcatlipoca? Remember. It is Tezcatlipoca. And with that one, you just drop Lullaby down and then do the same thing, except without the... It just costs a little more for the extra usage. And every single one of the... Oh, you could also try Earth Monster and doing the same thing. It's a little bit less easy. It's a little bit less simple to get the surround. But anyways, that's my take on that God Power. Wait. Rappel put a tower here?
血がまなって、リーチと。Mot na nawati.
He got spotted. He got spotted. Units charging through here as the Ying Long trying to get that damage done. No real micro from Rappel to try and take out the Ying Long. This guy's getting some value here, but it's not going to be enough. Minietti taps out and Rappel claims the dub. It was a good try from Minietti. I liked the play early on, but I guess the Agave Bloom, too powerful in this specific game. And Rappel was not in any trouble after that early game advantage that Minietti got. He was able to pull it back. And then from pulling it back, he just had the advantage for the rest of the game. I think this was mostly just down to Minietti not reading the Ocelotl Warrior versus Dow Swordsman sort of shenanigans and not building Fire Archers. If you grab the Fire Archers out early on, I think he probably would have had a good time. But he didn't go for it. And that there is the first of this best of 3 as Rappel wins that one. Let's see what they're going to pick for game number 2. Let's jump over to the draft and check it out. Alrighty, it is Mirage, and it is going to be a Zeus versus Tezcat Lapoca. Rappel on his Pride and Joy, and Minietti on the new OP. Alrighty. Now let's just check out the bracket and see what that what the result of that Recon Grass matchup was. And Grass did end up taking that one 2-0. I didn't look super crash hot for Recon with the Chronos versus that guy there, unfortunately. Alrighty. Which does leave us with, after this game, there is still the Minietti Magic game remaining, and they're going to be playing over on Motaba's channel. So yeah, there's that. I do wonder what the game plan is here for Minietti. I know that he is he's very, very into his wild strats, and generally there's something broken inside of the DLC gods that people just haven't figured out. There's even stuff that's broken inside of the old gods that people haven't figured out as well. Am I going to cast throughout the week? I don't think so. I might. I don't know. I might talk with Mill about it. All right, let's do this. What do I think the strat can be? Well, Mirage plays it's like even more of a fast heroic map. And the Aztecs are amazing in the heroic age. I imagine we're going to see a fast heroic from Minietti. That's my guess. Fast heroic from Minietti into Jaguar Riders. That's my guess. But I've got no idea. I actually want to see Rappel go Hermes in this one. Hermes makes a lot of sense here. Shout out to Mill again for putting on the prize pool and organizing the tournament, all the other good stuff he's done behind the scenes. Yeah, unfortunately, Mosca Not much you can do about it. Stuff happens. This is part of the. This is part of the. This is part of the deal. This is part of the deal. In a world where we run on electricity, if there is no electricity, we can't run. Feels bad. Alrighty. Is there a while we wait? Is there a potential matchup you guys want to see? You guys are interested in what their results are? 2 players in the tournament. Grass and Mosca still haven't played each other. Let's have a look. Yep, they have definitely not played each other. Is there someone else? Is there no one else? Be playing AoE 4 finals right now. I think he's dominating the Age of Empires 4. I think he's figured stuff out. Mr. Magic, yeah, they've got a lot of history. I think. They played a ton early on in the later stages. There's 4 different meetings over the first, I don't know, 4 or 5 months of the game launching. And Magic did win one of them. He got the Genesis Retold upper bracket final in 5, but unfortunately it was a ruse as the Mister came back and clobbered him in the rematch. All right. Let's get this back to normal. We're going in onto the map Mirage. This is Mini Yeti's preferred map, I think. I think this is the one he picked. He likes this map because he gets to play his own specific thing and he kind of knows what he's playing against as well, because most people are going to either pick Zeus or they're going to pick like a Norse god at the moment. Seems to, maybe an Atlantean. I don't know. Alrighty, let's jump in onto the Mirage and see what's going to happen. Off we go. And off we go. Bottom left-hand corner of the map, it is the Rapple. Top right-hand corner of the map, it is Mini Yeti. There's Cat Lapoca. Doc's coming down. Shenanigans coming down. Gal Pulley already on the way. As Mini Yeti does get to share the food and the Cal Pulley at the start, which is somewhat of a godsend here. You kinda want to herd in animals to the town center anyways, but it's not the end of the world here. If you can share a couple of gazelle with your wood cow pulley, this is just as good, if not better. And it allows him to get some scouting going as well. We got the dock getting all those fishing ships out and seeing what he can do. Let's check out the relics over here. We've got the Hermes' Wing Sandals, plus 5% of base there for the hero movement speed. Over onto this side, there is the Little Crow Circle, which is armory weapon upgrades. Food and gold cost minus 50%. On this side, we have Harmonia's Necklace, plus 10% of base there for the gold gather rate. And finally, Svaddle Vari's Sledge. Fortress-like buildings, favor cost set to 0. They boosted wood so Aztecs can kind of build 2 at the start. Yeah, but you don't want to. Like, nobody... No Civ builds 2 storehouses at the start, right? Everyone just builds 1 herds and then spams the fishing ships out first, gets the next one later. I think. Where was bolt used? There was no bolt used. Mini Yeti just stole the bolt from the Rapple. So the way that the Tezcatlipoca God Power works is it's called Obsidian Mirror. You get to steal your opponent's minor God Power, or major God Power, the first age God Power, and use it whenever you like. You do want to do it early because it has a couple of seconds of idle or like recharge or charge time. So make sure you use it early so you can use it exactly when you want to. As Rapple will be heading to the next stage momentarily. Villagers going to be popping out. Final fishing ship will come out of the dock, and Athena, the god of choice. I don't know if I like the Athena call here from the Rapple. Maybe it's going to be fine, and I'm just stupid. And maybe you need Athena anyways because it's going to make the hoplites a bit stronger. But I just think that the threat of what Tezcatlipoca is means you should probably be thinking Hermes, Dionysus, Cavalry. Specifically Prodromus, maybe Hippias as well. Centaur in the mix too can be very, very nice to boot. And all that other good stuff. But yeah, that's not what's going to be happening. One thing here that I have seen from Tezcatlipoca versus Zeus is that you can go for a very aggressive early game and you can actually save the bolt for Heracles. Bolt Heracles with pressure on. Your opponent bolts a warrior priest. That's not that big of a deal. Do have Sane coming through from Rapple as well. Of course, he's going to grab that. And Pickaxe coming through as well as Malanal Jochotil. So the warrior priest will come over here. Look to grab a relic. There is the sledge of Svaddle. It makes sense to grab that for free favor shenanigans. And there is our Macca's Coatl as the Tusker boss getting bloodied up as it will try and pull away. For some reason, the tail on the horse has gotten bloodied up as well, but oh, now he's no longer bloodied up. There's no more blood. He's wiped it off. Good for him. Double military academy from Rapple as he will just be spamming out hoplites. As many as he possibly can. And then Mini Yeti will bolt that Heracles. He gets himself the infested nest down in his main base. I do prefer this usage. I like it because you make sure your invested nest is safe. You get your large scorpions in. You really don't want to be getting close to the Jason though. As more warrior priests will come through, and those hoplites do eat a lot of damage if they get too close here. These guys are somewhat front loaded with damage. It's 8 and 5.45 divine. You definitely don't want to be getting into a fight with the Jason as another Scorpion comes through. Do have the Ocelot Warrior as well. There's more Ocelot Warriors will be coming through. I'm surprised to see also. I know that it's Tezcatlipoca, but you go you go Melina, right? You get all of these amazing upgrades for your War Hut things. you have the Scorpions to frontline for you. Why not just go Tequila Archers right away? And then you don't need any villagers on food at all. Everyone go onto wood and gold. You utilize the food here for villagers and warrior priests. Put a second town center up for Mini Yeti on the back here. So we'll see how it's going to go. Now, I don't know about this town center. He does have a back gold mine, so sometimes these town centers are good, but it's right in the middle of, like, the fighting, and there's only going to be more hoplites coming. So how do you stop the hoplites from hitting a critical mass and simply just clicking restoration and taking a town center out? Or going for the town center, clicking restoration and taking the town center up. Archer Range Military Academy coming through as the hoplites will break through this position. There's a lot of warriors diving in here as well. Is there enough stuff here for Mini Yeti to actually win this fight, though? The problem is these large scorpions, they're not being microed at all. I already brought up how much damage they do. Like, compare the pair. You've got 12.5 per second, right? That's a three population unit. This is 8. Or, well, 8 damage. Plus... Hang on, how much is it? Plus 5.45. 8 plus 5.45 per attack. So... More damage from the large scorpion, if you ask me. So you want to make sure they're attacking those hoplites for sure. So the Minotaur comes in over onto this side, sending the villagers back. And Rappel is just in full pursuit here. He is going full send at the moment. Minotaur goes down. Now we see a war hut as Mini Yeti's like, oh, I should probably build some Tequila Archers. We forgot about those. They're very good versus the hoplites. But let's see if he's going to be able to hold on here. He's just losing buildings left, right, and center. Of course, Mini Yeti, he does have a second town center, so he's supposed to be taking a ton of damage. He's supposed to be. As his temple falls, and Rappel continues the warpath. Does Rappel know that this town center is up? Yes, he does. He's also scouted the gold mine on the backside there as well with his Pegasus. It's very rare for Rappel to miss something like a second town center being up. I don't know why I even asked. But now the archers, Tequila Archers coming through. We have Sarissa. We've got copper weapons. More hoplites. Dionysus also queued up as the hoplites will be pulling around this right side and thinking maybe we can take the town center. But the Scorpion numbers are looking quite high. And as long as Mini Yeti takes out, say, the Heracles, I think he might be okay to actually defend here. Does take that out, and now the restoration to come through, and Mini Yeti will bail immediately away from this. Turns around after that, restoration finishes. Scorpions, they are off to work here. I mean, they are slowly dying. He's got 3 remaining, but they're doing so much damage, as well as the Ocelot Warriors to boot. But Jason falls, and Mini Yeti alive to fight another day here. Temple for Mini Yeti coming up onto the back. We see a hoplite. Okay, I'm gonna say it. What am I gonna say, guys? What should he do? Transport ship. Always transport ship. Always, also multiple villagers on the walls is fine, but always transport ship. Especially on 2TC. Because why not? Rappel pulling back. He's going Dionysus. We are going to be seeing double archery ranges here for for the Rapple as the Sting of Yapan, the Sting of Yapan gonna come through. Sting of Yapping. It's a very, very strong tech. Of course, Rapple hitting Dionysus will give him access to the Peltas, which will make his Tequila Archers feel much, much weaker. We'll see what Mini Yeti can do with a little bit of a military advantage here as he's going to be charging forward. His technologies will come online for this fight. And over onto this side, you does see the villager. Have a little look-see armory in from Mini Yeti. Doesn't have the ballistics tech. We'll see if he can make this work here for the time being. Tequila Archers do need to shoot and scoot to some degree, but he's just going to be sitting here. They do a lot of damage. There goes the bronze. And now the shoot and scoot going to be happening as... I mean, these guys do so much damage, though, right? He will be bailing out of this position. He gets out over here, but bronze down is kind of a big deal. Now we got the Tranquilizer coming in. The what's this called? Tallow Arche Trance. Maybe, I don't know. Heroic Age wants to come through for Mini Yeti, so he's got to be very careful. 10 seconds of bronze remaining. Of course, he could just pull into the other one. He could get watchtowers in as well. He does have the archers through, and Rapple says, no, I don't want to lose all my hoplites for no reason. Let me get out of here. Rapple is walling up the map beautifully for the time being. Very, very solid play here to take the map like that. Of course, this gold mine will also expire, but not anytime soon. He's still got some time. He's also got the craft workshop on there, so he's got even more gold out of that gold mine. I do hope that Mini Yeti puts that Fatal Fiery Sledge back into his temple that he has rebuilt, but not happening just yet. Now Rapple coming around onto this side. We'll see what he can do here. Dionysia, bronze weapons, bowsaw on the way too. Village is going to get picked off, but the walls will be up fairly shortly. And of course, Ocelotl warriors, they do sort of counter the Peltas. Like, I think this army from Mini Yeti makes a lot of sense the more I think about it. He counters the Peltas with the Ocelotl warriors, the Tequila Archers counter the hoplites. Once with a little bit of micro, I think it's not that simple. Not that simple. There's a Peltas running forward first. Good control from the Rapple. And now the Ocelotl warriors will say, no, get out of here. And Rapple will oblige. He says, I don't want to be here. It's fine. Is this one give the Tsitsa Yes. Hoyal Zhaohui. So we will see Tsitsa. We will see the Starfall to come through as well. Nice helpful god power as Rapple is looking for a lot of pressure here. Another temple actually from Mini Yeti, as Mini Yeti might be looking for a big fat sacrifice here for a huge amount. For a huge amount of it. Well, he's going for a whole bunch of these. Everything else. I don't even know what's happening here. The Starfall comes down. The unit's going to be pulling back as well as a little bit of damage to come through from that Starfall. Rapple turns, ready to take the fight. We just see another Hydra in from the Rapple here. Is this going to be enough? Those Tequila Archers doing some good damage, but they're taking a lot of damage from the Peltas, and Mini Yeti not able to win these fights. She's still making Tequila Archers here after all of that. I'd love to see him move away from them until he has an answer for those Peltas. I feel like the Coyotes should be getting mixed in here. Handful of Coyotes around onto the back. Ocelotl warriors jump in onto the back as well. And then you're good to go. Rapple's still sitting back now. We see the town center coming up. There is a differential. It's a crazy differential on the village account here. But this gold mine is 1,000 gold from finishing, and Rapple knows this. Look at what he's scouted. does not see over here, but he knows that basically Minietti needs to come into the center of the map at some point here. The Paspis getting made. Of course, the Tequila Archers are going to be good versus those as the Ocelot Warriors continuing to charge forward here. Can the Minietti army win this fight? While this is going on, a great temple coming up onto the back there. I don't know if Minietti wins the fight, but it's looking like he is staying alive, though the Tequila Archer numbers are melting. He has a huge queue of units, but I mean, he's getting upgrades and all that other good stuff as the villagers will pull back ever so slightly. Coming over to this side for another attempted Great Temple. The villagers will pull off with the hunt and say, we'll put the Great Temple here and grab that. No problems. But Minietti is just not quite yet able to get out of his base and to beat this army. As now Rapple will say, give me another town center. Let's make this happen. The Great Temple for Minietti. And is he going to go straight for the Jaguar Riders? I feel like making Sean one here makes sense. Another Great Temple attempting to come up for Minietti as he's like, I just want to play some slow shenanigans here. Another cow pulley up onto this top side. Hera, pre-queued, but that's a ways away. As this Minietti economy is getting very, very close to full here and fully online, especially having grabbed this gold mine now. We are going to be seeing the Jaguar Riders. I like that choice because this is now an answer for the Peltast. But now as well, Minietti is at full pop. Should he just go Mythic Age? And that looks like he's going to be doing that. He wants Gelotl. He wants the Soul Guide. Makes some sense. Rapple is almost up to another restoration here. He did build one Hydra. That's at least one. He did get one. Eagle Warriors are in, however. Eagle Warrior and Tequila mix is a little bit spicy. As the Jaguar Riders will swing around here, be able to take out the Petropolis, keep his castles alive for the time being. You ever zoom in on a Jaguar Rider? Not me. That's the first time. They look pretty sick. Over onto this side, a little bit of a fight, but Minietti still can't really win these fights. He's going to pull back for the time being. He's got a lot of units in queue. I think he's just missing population or something here. Fortified town centers to come through as the Jaguar Riders will try and find some villager picks out onto the back. They do move at 5.5 speed. Hoplites at 4.9, so they're going to have the advantage there. All the farms on this backside should be a gigantic food boost. We've talked about that ages ago. If you put a crazy amount of farms around a Kalpuli with livestock pen, it is well worth it over just anywhere else. He's got so much food in the bank. He should sell some and try and get to the next age as the army of Rapple coming in here yet again. Restoration to come through as that's Pain. Main base, the Jaguar Riders going down and Rapple is making a lot of work. He's doing so much here to break through all these units. The backline does end up going down. Bolt there onto the Hydras. It got up to 3 heads. A little bit too much for him to deal with. Is there enough stuff here? 4 minutes. He's got plenty of resources in the bank. Does he just not have infrastructure? He just doesn't. On the other side, you can see 5, Fortress. I don't think Rapple's got the infrastructure either. If Minietti can push back here, if he had some more buildings down, he would be fine. But losing the Great Temple is losing the gold income. We are seeing an attempt onto this side for another Great Temple, but Mini Yeti will tap out at that moment as Rappel somehow, some way manages to survive here. I think the entirety of this game almost comes down to Mini Yeti not building Myth Unit, not sacrificing villages and using that mechanic, or alternatively just not getting to the Mythic Age when he probably could have by selling some resources. Taking this fight with, for example, that Xolotl God Power, he would win this fight for sure, but even with a restoration from Rappel. But it does not end up working out for Mini Yeti against Rappel. Rappel has a crazy good day. He played terribly yesterday. Today he plays amazing. He is showing that all he needs is to have the head right, and he is going to start showing the business. But that there is the game, and congratulations for Rappel. We'll have a little cheeky check of the bracket and see what's happening, and then we'll send you over to Motaba, who's going to take us away for the final game of today. So, after all is said and done, Mosca is 3-0. Recon is 3-1. Kavoth is 3-2. Rappel is 3-2. Grass is 2-1. Grass is the only other player who can potentially threaten Recon right now. Grass beat Recon as well. So Grass has to beat everybody else in the pool, and he'll be able to get into the finals here. That's all that matters. So we'll see if that will happen or not. I don't know. Nonetheless, guys, that is going to be it for me today. I'm going to send you guys over to Motaba, who is going to be casting, I believe it's Mini Yeti again versus Grass. I believe that's what's going on, but I'm not sure. I'm going to head off. I need to get to sleep. Way too late for me. I haven't slept enough in the past. I don't know how long. So today we are taking a break, and I'll see you guys later.